like I said, the forum, Kampala edition, and I can confirm that the Commissioner General of Uganda Revenue Authority has joined us. Good morning, CG. And that, ladies and gentlemen, really gets us home and dry to have this much needed conversation on the issue of integrity. Remember, this is coming just a day after Uganda recognized or commemorated the Anti-Corruption Day. So it makes it a very timely conversation. But before I can go any further, please allow me to introduce my co-moderator with whom I'm going to be doing this job here today. She is the manager of ethics at the Uganda Revenue Authority, and it's none other than Mrs. Gloria. Or she's doing some work at the back. You can just wave. You can just wave. Yes. We shall be sharing the microphone. And this gives me the opportunity to very quickly invite the head of security of this place to give us that briefing, and then we can kick off the engagement. The head of security, this is your moment. He must have left his station, but when he comes around, he'll be able to do that job. Please allow me to request all of us to stand so that we are able to sing the national anthem. Thank you so much. We shall remain standing so that we are able to get the opening prayer from Pastor Arthur Were. He was one of the earliest people to arrive at this forum.
Let's pray. Father in heaven, we want to thank you for this morning. We're here on your agenda, and even as we start today, will you grace us with your presence, the presence of your Holy Spirit, and help us to be in sync together as we tackle the ill of corruption that's plaguing our country. We give you praise and honor, for it's in Jesus' name we've prayed. Amen.
We can give God a very huge round of applause. because he's the Alpha and Omega, and we can also duly have our seats. Thank you so much for making the time to come here. Our esteemed taxpayers present here today, government leaders and representatives. I see the Mayor of Nakawa. Thank you so much, sir, for making the time. The URA board members present. The URA senior management team, of course, headlined by the Commissioner General himself, together with all the commissioners seated here. I see the Acting Commissioner Customs, he's present. I see the Commissioner Internal Audit present here today. I see the Commissioner, the Pioneer Commissioner of the URA Tax Academy present here today. Thank you so much, sir, for making the time. I see the Pioneer Commissioner Executive Office here today, and it gladdens me that we also have the Assistant Commissioner of ICE in URA, and he is the Chief Custodian of Integrity in our organization, Mr. James Abola. Thank you so much for making the time. And of course, all the URA staff present, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and you're all welcome to the URA Integrity Forum Kampala edition. It's important that I add Kampala edition because it has been a marathon. These discussions have been held in all the regions of Uganda, and now we are crowning it all here in Kampala. It's an opportunity for us to get feedback. It's an opportunity for us to get insights into areas that need to be strengthened as far as strengthening service is concerned and ensuring integrity. The theme is enhancing URA's efforts in combating corruption and revenue leakages. But guess what? We do have a gentleman who is able to spell these issues out in even much more clearer terms, and he's going to give us the very first speech here today, and it is none other than the Commissioner of the Executive Office Operations, Mr. Abel Kagumire, who is very set to give us the welcoming remarks. We can give him a round of applause as he walks to the podium.
Our dear Commissioner General, who is our guest today, and I see many dignitaries here, the religious leaders who are present here, our government leaders who are ministers and representatives of government here, the Nakawa Divisional Leadership, it is all here. Thank you for coming. The banking sector is here. The Office of the Auditor General, you're here. Thank you for coming. The URA senior management present, thank you for coming. The media who are here. Our dear esteemed taxpayers who are ministers, the URA staff, ladies and gentlemen, we want to take this opportunity to welcome you to this Integrity Forum. My name is Abel Kagumire. I'm a Commissioner, Executive Office Operations in the Office of the Commissioner General. We are happy to have you here and want to thank you, CG, for finding time to come. We've been holding these Integrity Forums in the different parts of Uganda. We've been in northern Uganda, we have been in eastern Uganda, we have been in midwestern Uganda, we've been in southwestern Uganda, and now we are here in central Uganda. And the purpose of these integrity forums is that, looking at the core values of Uganda Revenue Authority, we stand for patriotism, we stand for integrity, we also stand for pick feedback, we discuss, and sometimes we agree on actions going forward. And these actions push us throughout the year as we do our work. So I want to thank you for coming to grace this occasion, this Integrity Forum. Basically, it is hearing from you. We have lined up a team of panelists who come from different spheres. I hope the panelists are with us. Thank you for coming. They are seated on this table. When time comes, they will be seated here, and they will help us dive into insights on what is happening at a strategic level in this fight against. Take this opportunity to thank wherever we have gone up country. There is a lot of feedback we get that URA has improved, and we are open to the public, and we are listening now. We have put a human face in revenue collection, which was not happening before. And I want to thank you for giving us that nod. And so, without wasting time, I want to take this opportunity to request our Commissioner General to come and to
distinguished guests, government representatives from the different MDAs, our dear guests from the religious institutions represented here, the representatives of the local government systems, especially our leaders in Nakawa, our media partners, the staff of Uganda Revenue Authority, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Okay, that's better. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome you to this Integrity Forum organized by the team at URA, led by Mr. James Abola. James, where are you? Okay. James is the Assistant Commissioner in charge of Ethics and Compliance at URA, and he's been organizing these kinds of engagements across the country to sensitize members of the public on what we stand for as URA in terms of integrity, and what would request our partners, our valued taxpayers, our religious leaders, our stakeholders, members of government, what would like you to do to support us in the fight against corruption. First of all, as an institution that is mandated to collect revenue for our national development, we sat and agreed that the bare minimum we should have as a qualification to serve in this institution is to have integrity, and is to have financial accountability, to be able to collect revenue and pass it on to the treasury for our national development without any of it sticking in our hands and ending in our pockets. So we came up with 3 core values which we stand for, and Abel has just mentioned these. Number 1 is professionalism,
We must serve you professionally as our taxpayers and as our clients. Number 2 is integrity. We must honor our word. If we say we will process your tax clearance in 1 day, we should live up to that promise, and we clear it in a day. If we say we'll clear your goods in 2 or 3 days, we should honor our promise and do it in that day, in the time we have given. And then number 3 is patriotism. We must love our country, and we must put the country's needs before our own. These are the core values we stand for as URA. We are proud to declare them boldly before you so that you can hold us accountable. If you find us in activities that don't reflect those 3 core values, please remind us that this is what you told us at Africana when you called us for this meeting. What you have done is not exactly professional. There is nothing professional about taking 3 days to do a job that can be done in 1 hour. There is nothing professional about assessing you a tax that is not due and fair. People should pay tax, but they should pay fair tax. There is nothing professional about not handling a taxpayer very well, listening to them, knowing their needs, and meeting them. So our friends, we call you here today to confirm that this is what we stand for. And we want you to hold us accountable on these promises, and we want you to cooperate with us and tell us where we go wrong. We established the division headed by Mr. Bola about 4 years ago. And we said everyone else will be running after revenue, but for you, concentrate on our discipline, hold us accountable, ensure that what we promise the public is what we do. And when we err, investigate us and bring us before a disciplinary panel. We have what we call Management Disciplinary Committee, MDC. And once this panel sits and confirms that indeed we erred, we did not stand by the core values we stand for, let them prescribe a suitable punishment. And these punishments are well written out in our human resource manual. So the minimum punishment for corruption is termination of your contract with URA. And unfortunately, many have fallen into this trap. I have seen a statistics in my speech today, and as you see, I'm speaking from my head because I saw my speech as I was driving here, and some numbers I was not sure. But from my head, if my memory serves me right, Mr. Bola, we've lost more than 100 and maybe 40, maybe 60 staff to corruption in the last 4 years. It's nothing to be proud of. It is sad. These are young people who were fending for their families, who had a future with the organization, but because they could not stand by the core values, and particularly they let down on the core value of integrity, we had to let them go. And so, the fight against corruption at URA is real. We are tolerating zero corruption. It is the bare minimum we can do for our people, for our government, for our nation. We are the ones who collect the resource that will take care of the whole nation. Now, if we start collecting some for ourselves and some for others, we will not go far. So I wanted to make that clear from the opening of this discussion, so that when you get to discuss, you discuss the real cancer. In terms of efficiency in revenue collection, one of the indicators of revenue administration efficiency is the tax to GDP ratio. And for our case in Uganda, we have just stepped in the tax to GDP range of about 14%. We came from about 4 years ago. However, for any nation to develop, you must collect at least 20% of your GDP. The developed nations of the world collect up to 40% of their GDP. The highest or most efficient tax administration in Africa, which is South Africa, collects 26% of their GDP. For the East African region, we have an average of about 14.4. However, this kind of collection is not enough to develop our nation. And one of the things that stand in our way to collect sufficient revenue is corruption. And this corruption is not on one side. Yes, as URA, we collect the resources, and therefore we are the first victims in the corruption equation. But as they say in English, it takes two to tango. I don't think there is a corruption that can be pulled off without the support of our taxpayers. So our appeal to you, our dear valued taxpayers this morning, please desist from corruption. If you see a situation that is asking for a bribe, step back and inform our monitors, our supervisors. And they will be here. They should declare to you their numbers, their easiest contacts, so that you can reach us easily when you have an incidence of corruption to report. But because it's such an important issue, even us as leaders, including myself, the Commissioner General, I'm available to receive any information concerning corruption. Tell us and let's nip it in the bud before it happens. Many sources or many processes have become very fertile for corruption. And mainly because we don't do these processes alone. Many times we rely on our partners. So the most common forms of corruption that I hear of today is in our delayed clearances of imports. You go, you are a business person, you import your container, and when it gets to the ICD where you should go and have it verified and you pay your taxes, you take months there, days there. Some process that should take us 1 or 2 days to accomplish. And while you are delaying, you as a taxpayer, you do not know exactly what the issue is. You are dealing with an agent. Do we have some clearing agents in the room? These are our partners. They are there. You're most welcome. And because you're dealing with an agent, you start getting feedback from the agent. Your container is not yet ready for clearance because the network is off. Our definition of corruption says our processes should be as available as promised. And I don't remember of a day when our network is off for longer than 1 hour at most or at worst. This happens also in a few days in a year. If there is any technical hiccup, we resolve it as quickly as possible. So excuses start, network is off. Then the next excuse, they have put a top up. Then the next excuse is they want to sample. I read a very sad story by a lady who had lost her goods in one of the ICDs, I think Liberty ICD. Most of you could have seen it because it was all over. Now, those kind of things are forms of corruption. Please step forward and contact your commissioner. The international trade is led by the Commissioner Customs. Is he in the room? Assad? Or anyone from Customs? Okay, so Customs are our front runners on that front. But feel free to come to our offices and say, my container came 3 days ago. It should not stay with us beyond 3 days if you are ready to pay your taxes. And say, what is causing the delay? Please don't rely on one source of information. Our brothers, the clearing agents, they are our partners, and most of them are good. But there are those also who tell lies. to the taxpayers and they tell them the network is off, there is a small challenge, and the information is never clear. The time for these games is up. It is your right to know. Now, another form of corruption, which is even worse, is where they tell you, give us, we are going to pay your taxes. Now, first of all, payment of taxes should be to the taxpayer directly, whether it is a company or an individual. When you pay, you should pay using your TIN, the tax identification number, because that means it goes to your credit that you have paid these taxes to develop your nation. Number 3, payment has been made simple. You can pay online. You log on to your account, get into your bank account, transfer that money to the URA account without anybody helping you. You can walk into the bank if you still want to use the manual system and pay your taxes. You can even pay by mobile money using the USSD code of star, remind me, 18? Sorry? Star 165. I will ask someone to come and explain this process in detail so that you can follow it. But the point I was trying to make, you can pay using your mobile phone, you can pay on your online bank, you can pay directly into the bank account. Never, ever give money to someone to pay for you, because sometimes this money does not reach. The person who received it will use it for other things, and then you start suffering when your goods don't come out. It is your right as taxpayers to pay your taxes. And this middle layer that is causing some problems for you and us is not necessary. As I speak now, we are undergoing a major verification of payment exercise, calling a number of taxpayers to come and show us their evidence of payment. Why? They never paid directly. They trusted someone, and some of these people they trusted were actually not straight people. So they didn't pay, they negotiated their way, and now it is catching up with the taxpayers. So please desist from that. Another form of corruption, especially in our domestic taxes, is where we ask agents, again tax agents, to cook for us some books that are not real, some numbers that are not real. An agent tells you, leave this one to me, I will handle URA, you don't have to pay all this money. And this is mainly for tax payments that require filing of returns. So instead of giving us accurate returns, we receive falsified returns. There are many, and I want to leave the panelists to drill into the details of what forms of corruption manifest. But my appeal to you, as a citizen, it is your primary responsibility to pay your taxes. When you do this, it is for the development of your nation. It is these taxes that give us the services that we enjoy as citizens, right from security to transport, to education, to health, and everything. Every form of development we aspire to have as a nation will come from our fair share of contribution of taxes. Therefore, as the tax collectors are pledging that we will do this job honorably, and please hold us accountable where we fail. You, as our taxpayers, we are appealing to you, do your part honorably, and please inform us where we fail. Inform us where you are inconvenienced so as to pay a bribe. Inform us where you are inconvenienced and you feel we are not treating you professionally or the way you deserve to be treated. As a taxpayer, you are our kings, we are your servants, and we are glad to do that with honor and respect. Therefore, the purpose for this meeting today is to share with you our commitment and assure you that we are ready to serve you with dignity and with integrity. And it's to ask you to join us on this path, because without you, we cannot succeed. As I've already mentioned, it will take someone on your side to give a bribe, for our side, someone to receive it. It will take someone who is not willing to pay their fair share of tax, wanting to cut a corner, and he looks for a corrupt officer who will help him cut that corner together. But if as citizens, if as taxpayers in this country, we commit that this is time for zero tolerance to corruption, we will do all that we can to avoid falling into the pit of corruption, then we will succeed on this front. We will build our country much faster. We will all be happy and proud to be Ugandans. I thank you for making the time. I thank our religious leaders for supporting us. I thank our local government leaders for supporting us. I thank our security and intelligence teams for supporting us. This is not a journey we can walk alone as URA. I thank our tax agents, our clearing agents, and all the other people that play a role in this process of collecting tax. Thank you for supporting us. Let us all commit ourselves to walk this journey together. And the government MDAs that support us and hold us accountable. I see members of the Auditor General's office. Thank you for coming. Let's work together to develop our nation, Uganda. Uganda, as gifted and loved by our Creator, is the most beautiful country in this world. And believe me, I've had the opportunity of traveling extensively. I can assure you there is no country that is as gifted, as beautiful as our nation, Uganda. What is lacking is development. What does it take to develop the country? It is revenue. There is no grant that will help us develop this nation into what it can be. Instead of fighting to look for opportunities elsewhere, people should come to look for opportunities here. But the missing ingredient is development. The catalyst for development is revenue. So let's join hands together, collect enough revenue for the development of our nation. I thank you very much, and I wish you very successful deliberations. Because of other schedules on my agenda today, I will not stay throughout the discussion, but while I'm away, Abel, the commissioner in Commissioner General's office, will be able to sit in the chair and support you in the processes ahead. Thank you very much. May God bless you all.
I'm persuaded to give the microphone so that he can give us a very good rallying call for a proper Asante Sana for our keynote address.
Asante Sana. Ongeza tena.
Thank you so much, my brother. That is the URA way. And I can confirm to you that it is the very same energy that we want to deploy very eagerly to this battle against the issue that is corruption or anything that does not speak to the PIP of URA. Professionalism, integrity, and patriotism. Speaking of patriotism, we do have a State House representative in the house with us. Thank you so much, sir, for making the time. Mr. Bamwine. And we also do have the mayor of Nakawa division. So we are in the right place because the chief host of the division is with us. And we can have these discussions. Mr. Paul Mugambe, thank you so much for making the time. We also have Mr. Robert Sentamu, the LC of Nakawa Sentema Zone. Sentamu Zone, he's with us. And we are very, very glad that you've been able to make the time. Mr. Robert Sentam, he's the one that I'm referring to. Yeah. And this sets us up very nicely for our panel discussion. But maybe before I invite the panelists, there might be a question or two for the Commissioner General. could even be a comment really about the submission that he has made. It would be extremely, if you do have a question or if you do have a comment and we deliver the mic to you and you make that submission, he would be kind enough to take care of that inquiry. Who's going first? I'm seeing a hand. Oh, the mayor himself. We do have a hand here.
Thank you very much. All protocol observed in the interest of time. My name is Paul Mugambe, the mayor of Nakawa. I'd like to thank the Commissioner General for the very good, encouraging remarks to us, the taxpayers. You've talked about listening fairly to the taxpayer and understanding them very well. That is very important. I'm also one of the taxpayers in medium tax, and I know this month our target was achieved as medium taxpayers. And I think it's because of some of the things that you have talked about, especially the relationship between URA and the taxpayers is key. It is true, the way we handle these days is quite different. There is a lot of listening. There is compassion on the side of the taxpayer. We really appreciate that. But Commissioner General, as we look at expanding the tax base and encouraging even more people to pay taxes, we should also think about lobbying on the reduction of some taxes so that the tax base is widened. For instance, income tax at 30% and others. Then there are also people who are born again in terms of tax paying is concerned. You find maybe someone in the past has not probably been declaring his or her taxes very well. He has all is audited by URA, and they say from 2015 you are not doing this like this. Therefore, maybe you have to pay 200 million or 100 million. But yet this person of recent, he or she has transformed. And there's some advert I saw around saying, start now, stop corruption, and do it. Where's that advert? Continue to do it. Now someone has said, from this year moving forward, I'll declare everything very, very well. Then someone, maybe the tax relations officer, is also seeing a very big change. Now you are paying taxes. But then they go back in 2015 and say, no, this time in 2015, you are still a sinner. And you have to pay heavily for those what? For those sins. As much as you are already, now you are born again. I beg the Commissioner General that those past sins are looked at differently. Because sometimes this born again taxpayer, as he starts paying very well, and then you go back to the past sins and penalize them, sometimes you even lose them, or even they lose, they regret why even in the first place they got born again. I beg that those past sins If you see that really the way this person is now behaving is really now born again. Ebyemabega badde nsaba tubeke engeri gye tubikwasaganyaamu tumuyambe okugenda mu maaso n'okunyweza obulokole. Haleluya.
The Lord Mayor said hallelujah. And none of you said amen. But we do have some more questions. We have a question here.
Thank you so much. The hands are so many, so I will just observe the protocol as it has been set. My name is Charles Ekweu, Director General, Federation of Uganda Customs Agents and Freight Forwarders. Directly responding to the comments which were made by the CG in connections with the customs agents on the basis of handling of cargo. First of all, I want to thank the CG. He has always been very, very close with us. He is very, very close in the process of trying to find solutions how we can reduce corrupt tendencies within the clearing and forwarding industry. As leaders of the associations, we want to give our commitments. We are aware that there are some of us who are not doing the right thing. We are trying to get to them and make them understand that they belong to this nation and they should collect taxes for a common what? Provision of common goods. However, it is difficult. Sometimes we find things, we get them right. Other times we don't get our way properly, but we are improving. Things like tools that can help us, like one time we were trying to debate if there can be a common code of conduct for the industry or whatever parameters that can set the rules. You know, even God cannot take you to hell without you committing a sin. For example, he had to first give us the 10 commandments, which nobody even can follow up to now. You commit one, that is when you will go to hell. If you don't commit, and you must tick all the boxes to go to heaven. So we are improving. Two things which I want to leave here before the commissioner goes, Commissioner General. The importers, this one should go to the importers. Stop corrupting our members. If we can only do that, just simply stop corrupting them, because this corruption starts from that what? That side, by providing those monies and discussing them with our own members. Just stop it. The second thing, the URA staff should stop offering opportunities for corrupt tendencies. Just simply, you know, this thing is very easy to sort out. The customs agents don't hold any powerful signatory. We don't release goods from URA what? Systems. When they come to you, it is very difficult to discuss these things. Those who are corrupt are hearing me. They're also in this room. And they're saying, what is all this man talking? He used to be good. They say, I share a bed with URA when I talk like this. It is not the case. Then, still to the importers, please choose the licensed customs agents for your work. Choose a licensed customs agent. And by the way, I don't know why you fear to go to URA website to look at. We are now licensing. We are licensing. The licensed clearing agents are going to be published in the website of URA. Go there if you are doubting. And if you doubt, come to the associations who will tell you. The biggest mistake you people are doing is to go to brokers who tell you that they can do it in the best way a professional clearing agent can do. And it's just a simple thing. We have had those cases. Somebody goes, he gives his money to an OB who is not even a clearing agent. He is in London. Then the OB eats the money in a friendly way. They come here and then they say the clearing agent is the one who has eaten the money. We don't eat money in such a way. So get the right clearing agents. If you fail to understand, let's have some discipline. Because we have seen cases where people come there and they start crying. There's a lady from Barara. You have been told of the sad story where somebody's goods disappeared in a funny way, and even the people who stole the goods were there and they were intimidating him. Oh, ha. So we need to get those things, what? Right. I leave it at this because the panelists are going there. I'm setting for them also questions. Thank you.
Oh yes, we do have a question there and a question this side.
Yeah, thank you, MC. Mine is actually a recommendation. It's not a question. Bwana CG and your team and all our beloved taxpayers, we welcome you. My name is Mase Moros Bamwine. I work with State House Anti-Corruption. I came here to represent General Isoke Henry, who is the head of Anti-Corruption Unit. I wanted to echo CG's pronouncement that corruption cannot be tolerated in this country. And I was extremely happy when we emphasized the issue or the principle of integrity. Integrity is a very, very, very crucial fiber if any country is to develop. Bwana CG and the people present here are my testimony because myself, I worked with Uganda Revenue Authority for 20 years before I left it to go for other engagements. Today, I was scanning through your team, Bwana CG, and I know each and every officer of yours because I worked with them. Cross-Regend URA in 1997. I have been seeing my brother Haji when we were young people joining. I am seeing Abel. And at the back of my mind, when you are talking about integrity, I realized that it is integrity actually that makes someone survive. It cannot be by mistake that people I worked with for the last 20 years are the ones who are heading this organization, including you, Bwana CG, because I remember we worked together. So please, take CG's encouragement, make sure that we do our taxes, we pay our taxes, so that we can develop our country. From State House, we are there very, very committed to support you, Bwana CG. Already, of course, as an anti-corruption unit, we are working closely to ensure that we receive information concerning tax evasion and tax non-compliance issues, and we have already shared their officers we share with at the organization so that we can build our country. As you have already said, this country is very, very, very beautiful, and I'm sure we can develop and become a first-class country. I thank you very much.
We need to hear a lady's voice.
Thank you, sir. I'm Detective Superintendent of Police Nakabuki Jacqueline, Head of Department Economic Crimes and Financial Intelligence, CID Headquarters, Shivode. Sir, from your keynote address this morning, you talked about the most form of corruption being from imports which take long in the warehouses. My question is, isn't there a system whereby all imports at the entry custom points are indicated in the system so that when the goods take long in the warehouse, there is a responsible officer to follow up? Thank you.
Hello. Amanya gange bampita Yiga Charles nga ndi musuubuzi wa spare ndi mu kibiina kibeegattiramu abasuubuzi kye bayita kata Ekibuuzo kyange omukisa gwenfunye omulungi Commissioner General mwenna weetuli wano. Nja kusooka ngende ne ba agent ababakiikiridde. Mwami Charles twakuwaabirako ko nze kennyini najjako mu ofiisi yo ne nkuwaabirako First Line Enterprise ekulirwa erimu mwami Duncan tuli amuleeba. Yaholdinga ebintu byaffe okumala emyaka gyali 2 ng'olwo twetikka URA nti yeremesezza. Mukama wange nakusanga bweyogerera awo tewasobola tuyamba. So kati ne kampuni entuufu eziri mu department yammwe tuzikozesa naye era tumaliriza zitubbye. Olwo ne twekwasa URA nti egaanidde ebintu byaffe. Bwe tujja ku kya corruption mu butuufu tunyigirizibwamuko tutikka ebintu ne tutuuka wano ku bitaala wansi ku Jinja Road emmotoka za enforcement ne zijja nekugamba tosasudde musolo gumala ng'ate empapulo zirina n'akutiisatiisa okuzzaayo kubala fe abasuubuzi tutya nnyo. Olwo n'amaliriza nga kutta obujega n'omuwa ssente. Ndabyeko wano ku madaamu Nabitaka omusango ogwo 223 watuyamba nnyo era madaamu weebale ddala kuba ffe twali tumanyi URA ebuzibu naye twagenda okumaliriza nga si URA bwe bwali obuzibu baali ba clearing agent. Commissioner munzikirize essaawa eyo nakolako ku research bondi bagiyita ddamuko era essaawa tuyinayo ebintu by'abakirayant bimazeeyo emyaka 2. Agent gwe bayita Duncan tuli amuleeba abantu yabafera oba n'atulimbalimba n'atuggyako ssente. So Commissioner akyogeddeko tingenda basasulira omusolo eyo wansi gye tubeera tufuna okusoomozebwa kungi nti omuntu watunda ennaanansi ze najja mu busuubuzi tetufuna kusomosebwa kumala ku bintu bye tulina okukolegana. Kati oli wajja n'akugamba nti nze mpa ssente bweziti ebintu byonja bikuleetera ku dduuka oyanguyibwa omuwa ssente. Nze Duncan tuli amuleeba yanziza mu kyalo oluvannyuma lw'okukwata ebintu byange nga muwadde miliyoni zaali 10 ffe ze twewola eyo musolo babayita baakafuna. Buli lunaku buli kakadde ayagala 15,000. Nagenda okukimalirizamu emyezi 10 gye yakwata ebintu byange nga ndi mu ssente empitirivu gonna kuba nalinnya n'ennyonyi okuva ebweru nkomewo ntaase ebintu byange. Lwaki ngenze eyo yonna nti munnange eriiso ly'embuzi lirekerera eyabaaze ne litunuulira omulala. So twekwasa nnyo URA ne ba clearing agent bano bwe bulwadde. Nsaba ebintu by'abamemba oba baganda bange ebiri mu ddamuko ebiri mu Duncan bye yaleeta twamuwa ssente bamemba bamuwa ssente bali abantu 10 esaino naye abantu 12 nze nagenzeyo nembiraba ku ddamuko awo mu Australia 6 gyebiri yakwata abantu obujega ssente nazibatwalako ffe tubeera eri wansi eyo gye tubeera nga tugamba URA ebabinnyo naye nga ba agent Mwami Charles nzijukira najja n'enkuloopera naye tewatuyamba. So corruption tuli wamu girwanyisa naye nga basijje ffe nayo tubeerawo. Mu bulumi nze nagwa nafiirwa miliyoni zaali 5 nalinnyako ennyonyi nga nve Dubai nenzija ntaase ebintu nagenda okumaliriza emyezi 10 buli lunaku zunga kirira n'engwa. Mbadde nsaba baganda bange bayinza okuba nabo baagwa ebintu byabwe tubeeke engeri gye tubayamba biveeyo batandike bakole. Ekirala URA nti nga ffe abasasula omusolo tuli bakwano bammwe mututunuuliremukko nga tugudde. Nze bansuula naye nali nsasula omusolo nga mireeta ebintu kati akantu ako bwe tuba tugudde ng'ate tuli beetegefu okukolagana tusasule omusolo babeeko engeri sijje gye tutunulwamu tudde mu field tusobole okukola eggwanga ligende mu maaso. Kuba ffe abavubuka challenge tusanga jjo nabaddeko ekaseese nga president ayogera ng'atunnyonnyola naye ffe tetuyina kasente katandika kasobola kukola yadde atunnyonnyola okulima ku ttaka ettono tusobole okukolera ku ttaka ettono. Bavubuka bonna tusanga myaka 28 tetulina tusobola kulimira. So twenyigira mu busuubuzi ate ne tubbibwa era ne tutafiirwako. Eggwanga Uganda ligenda kudda mabega ng'ate tulyagala nnyo kuba ye waffe tetulina walala. Neyanzizza nnyo neyanzeege. Sigadde nze yiga Charles nga ndi musuubuzi wa Speya wadde nalemererwa kati ndi mu kyalo embeera entaganya.
Webale nnyo mukulu yiga ekibuuzo ekyo ebibuuzo actually tweyanziza. We have a comment and then the final question, then the Commissioner General will take care of business.
Good morning. I'm Senior Dr. Semsu Lawrence from Makerere University Business School. Commissioner General, my face is not new to you. What I'm going to say, I'm going to add on what I said when we were at the prayer and URA. I'm happy that you have pointed out these 3 points: professionalism, integrity, and patriotism. We thank God that you have come out to be professional. What Charles has said shows that some of us are not professional. If they are not professional enough. I'm happy that you have pointed out the point of integrity, a point of accountability. Because this money is taxpayers' money. It is the nation's money. And the last point you are saying, we want to be patriotic. We want to love our country. We want to serve our country to the best of our ability. I want to thank you, and I want to thank URA for deciding to be right, to be correct. When I was at the prayer, CJ, I mentioned that song, Nze ndi Mombejja Kyawukanamuko. CJ, it is time that we can conduct business different from how it has been done. I'm happy in your remarks, you said, we want to present our face. The bureaucracy, people hide behind the bureaucracy. They cannot meet the real people. They are going through agents, they are going through this one, they are stolen, they are cheated, they are they get frightened. But we are happy that you have come out to speak with the people. There's another song I love. Alinorondera alibafunye full package. You collect the taxes, but you don't give all the taxes, all the full package to government, to the people of Uganda. We want to thank you that you have resolved. I think because many things begin with a decision. Someone said that people don't have problems. The problem they have is a failure to decide. We thank you that you've taken a decision. You have resolved to set things right. I'm happy that you even recognize that there have been some bad apples, 140 of them. Possibly there are even more. But hopefully they will pull them up so that they don't tarnish the name of the men and women who are doing a wonderful job. Thanks very much for the resolve.
Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm called Robert Jurua from the Uganda Law Society. I'm here representing the Radical New Bar. And as we try so much to decolonize the nation, we are really honored to be a part of this conversation. And in that regard, we'd like to thank the CG for those words of wisdom. We find the CG as a very cool leader. We don't take it for granted that the media is awash of you out there doing what predecessors, without taking anything away from them, have not done. You've moved with us. We really appreciate. We thank you for your diplomacy. I am also a student of diplomatic studies, so I see so much of what you're doing in what I study. So we really want to thank you for making time also to come here. Back to the radical new bar. Instead of my president, Senior Counsel Isaac Semakade, who sends regards, he's not been available. He loves you all because his interests are for the state as well as human rights. We're here to ask a few things. There is something to do with whistleblowing, where there are honest, born again, as the mayor said, born again taxpayers who feel the pain that he is paying taxes, he or she is paying taxes, but there are some who are not doing so. And when they come out, we find a challenge. We're having some matters before the courts of the law, but of course we cannot mention so much about that because we are stopped for that matter. But the question is, what tools and frameworks are there for whistleblowers to be protected? Because it goes a long way to come out and say something about someone, whereas you want to protect your name. You know, these things have a lot to do with threatening of life. So we're asking ourselves about the whistleblowing tools and frameworks. Mr. CG, we're asking as well about the regularization of the agents. We know the branches and the offices of the URA are not as many as there are districts in the country. And therefore, we are not in position as a local taxpayer to access all your offices at a given time. The agents, we respect you. Actually, you do so much to middleman. And as you said, there is a lot of rotten oranges in the basket. But we're asking how much further you can go down to reach the common man. We might not just appreciate what you do, because maybe it has to take Mr. Google to know who you are online, published on the websites. But that is not where every local taxpayer accesses information. So between the institution and the associations, is there a way that you can help the common man access the agents in a way? Hope it's understandable. But then the other is the liability of the agents in as far as they have either misrepresented or falsified information. What is the culpability of the agents? We are looking at indigents or maybe local people who are taking the liability because the agents have done wrong. Are we together? And we want to see that the agents are also part of the defendants. Let us assume that the URA has taken on the matter. They are for prosecutors. So the defendants should not just be the taxpayer. Because whereas they could have been misrepresented too by the agents have bad days at the URA. So they find a way to be removed from the charge sheet. And it is only the taxpayer who is at stake, whose very unfortunate money is, hard-earned money is going to waste, and the agents are, nothing to take away from you, please. The agents are left free. Mr. CJ, with due regard and respect, thank you so much. God bless.
Thank you so much. We shall allow the CG to answer to these questions. Yep. Thank you.
First of all, let me thank all the people who have asked questions and made comments. They were brilliant, they were informative, they were helpful. Thank you so much. Let's first clap for them. This is the very purpose and essence of these forums. It is the place where we meet as stakeholders and share honest and candid information. So I appreciate every comment made, and I will attempt to respond and also invite my colleagues, members of senior management, to come in and support me where I may not have all the sufficient answers. Let me start by appreciating our leader, Your Worship, the Mayor for Nakawa, Mr. Paul Mugambe, for one, your kind words in appreciating the improvement in our service offering, the human face, and the improved public relations. Tax collection is such a difficult job that it can take a long time to hear a positive remark or compliment, because you are basically taking away people's money, and it's never been easy to part with your hard-earned cash, even though it is for developing the nation. So when you get a fair taxpayer who says, yes, I've paid my money, and I want to appreciate that you are doing this well, we don't take it lightly, and we appreciate you as our leader for that kind remark. Now, you made a fair comment that we should focus on widening the tax base and make recommendations on reducing some of the tax rates. It is a very fair comment. Many countries have done that. Once the tax base is expanded, that means the burden of financing the nation is put on many shoulders, and it is possible to lower the tax rates and you still get enough funds to run the nation. So now the question is, when do we do this? Because as we speak, our current tax register has 4.4 million taxpayers registered. That has been a growth over the last 4 years from 1.7 million taxpayers. So without a doubt, the tax register has expanded. But as you know, even when you register someone for tax, it takes them a while, first of all, for their own businesses to make money, but even for this taxpayer to get into the routine of paying taxes. So we have a period of hand-holding and nurturing to get the right revenue from the new taxpayers. So the majority of the people now register are new taxpayers, and they are still going through that process of onboarding. But further still, when you look at a population of Uganda, which is about 50 million citizens, to have only 4 million registered taxpayers is still a small register. I think we should start feeling that we have covered the majority of people in meaningful employment that can pay tax, or in meaningful business that can pay tax, when we reach the number of about 10 million on our register. So, Your Worship, this activity is going on. We are sensitizing, we're educating, we are using data from third-party sources to know who is playing which activity in the economy, so that we expand our tax base. And once the register is expanded, yes, we will support you in proposing reduction in the tax rates. If we do it now, we shall sink, because what we collect can only fund about 50% of our budget. So if we reduce the tax rates now, then we will go lower than 50%, and that will be dangerous. But it is the promise, it is the future. The tax rates will change. I've seen nations who have a corporation income tax of, say, about 18%. I think it is Northern Ireland. All the big companies, multinationals, run there to establish their headquarters there, to establish their offices there, because then you'll pay much lower than a jurisdiction where you pay 30. But that is noble, and it will come in its time. We will work on this together as we expand the tax base. Reform taxes taxpayers, a very good point. You are talking about people who previously have not handled their tax matters very well. But now they are reformed, they are born again, they are locally, they are willing to walk upright going forward. I know that more than anybody else, that once you reform, the Lord forgives you and you can move with your head high. So we will support this with all our effort. The only problem is if you reform after we have discovered, because there is a law here called voluntary disclosure. Is there someone from legal? Okay, come Wajuma and explain voluntary disclosure. Now, a taxpayer who reforms can take advantage of voluntary disclosure. But since we have some lawyers in the house, let me ask my land friend Wajuma to explain how voluntary disclosure works, and then we move forward.
Thank you very much, CG. Voluntary disclosure basically is where a taxpayer has a tax liability. You're aware that you did not pay taxes, but URA has not yet come to you. So what happens is you come up to URA, you write to URA, and you disclose that I have an unpaid tax that arose maybe in 2010, 2020, and you calculate the amount of tax you're supposed to pay and come and disclose to URA that I should have paid this much. I did not pay it, but I am now willing to pay it. So what URA does, it analyzes your information and allows you to pay the taxes, and you're forgiven from paying the penalties and interest that should have arisen. But this can only happen if URA has not yet come to you to carry out an audit or to investigate you on whether you paid the taxes or not.
Thank you. Please clap for Mwajuma. So for anyone who has not handled tax issues very well, the challenge is again with you. Make a voluntary disclosure. And what you give us is what we will take, and going forward, we will expect you to continue doing what is right. The problem is when we start an audit and then you say, no, don't go far. I'm ready to reform from now going forward. So preempt us, and I can assure you, we will believe you if you take the initial step of approaching us and saying, I'm reformed, I want to pay taxes going forward. Previously, I have this which I did not pay. We will believe you and we will move forward with you. So I encourage everyone to take advantage of the voluntary disclosure act and make sure you don't suffer penalties and investigations going many years back. Actually, in the same spirit, now that I have this opportunity, let me encourage all our taxpayers to take advantage of the waiver on penalty and interest of tax arrears, which will be paid before 31st of December. We've been running campaigns on media stations, and maybe you have followed. Anybody who owes tax in arrears, you have an opportunity to pay those arrears, only the principal tax minus interest and penalty. Those will be waived if you pay before 31st of December of this year, 2024. I'm afraid this law has been renewed twice by Parliament. It may not be renewed again. So if you have tax arrears to pay, just pay the principal tax. The interest and penalty will collapse. I hope this message reaches everyone, not to miss this bus. Because you may want to pay in January and you'll pay with interest. Even if you don't have the money to pay the whole principal amount, whatever fraction of the principal amount, the equivalent in penalty and interest will be waived. So if you owe us 100 million in principal amount, and maybe there is penalty and interest of another 100 million, because it's possible the interest and penalty to be as much as the principal. If you pay today 100 million, the other 100 million of penalty and interest will be waived by the law, but the law is expiring on 31st of December. If you don't have all the 100 and you pay 50 million, the 50 that remains, you can pay it in the following year, and you will only pay interest and penalty on the 50, not the 100. So the 50 that you have paid benefits. So let everyone take advantage of this who has any tax debt, so as to ease the burden on your shoulders. The next question came from my sister, the detective sergeant, Jacqueline. She was asking about the delays in the warehouse. And if we do not mark when goods come in, Jacqueline, you are spot on. We know when goods come in. But according to the law, when the goods come in, we wait for the taxpayer to clear these goods. In our preference, we would not want these goods to stay in this warehouse longer than 1 day when we do the verification and you do the payments. But we also understand that some taxpayers bring these goods when they don't have maybe the money to pay for the goods, maybe when they don't have the stores where to take them, and the law allows them a period to warehouse those goods before they pay for them. But I have Assad, my colleague Assad, who is the commissioner. You come here and explain this issue. Who is the commissioner for customs? I would like him to explain it direct. Because going forward, we really will be strict. We don't want goods that stay with us for no reason in those ICDs. But in line with the law, Assad, okay, use that mic.
Thank you very much, Commissioner General. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And we are privileged to have you this morning to share with us your thoughts and what you go through so that we can make revenue collection smoother. My name is Asad Uchisitu Chigozi, the Commissioner Customs, Uganda Revenue Authority. Yes, it is true that there are goods in the warehouses, and when goods are imported, we have different regimes in which they enter into the country, given the different purposes for which these goods are meant to be. We have goods that are declared for direct consumption, meaning they should go to the market. And some of these goods, we collect the taxes while they are still at the port, at the ports of entry, while others also move to the bonded warehouse, but they are for direct home consumption. So some are for industries. Industries also run bonded warehouses where goods are kept and they use them as they manufacture. But the general goods, actually, if it was for me to say, I would be very happy if all general goods paid when the goods were still in Mombasa. And when they come, they go straight to the market. That would be my wish. And it would mean that I would collect the revenue early, and at the same time the client would receive their goods to sell on the market. But it doesn't happen that way, mainly because of the financing models of the different importers. However, when the goods reach the bonded warehouses, there is a certain statutory period beyond which they are not supposed to stay in the bonded warehouses. And if they do, it is exceptional, and when we are preparing maybe to auction them. So the period given maximum is 6 months for the goods to stay in the bonded warehouse before you remove them, unless you ask for special permission and the reasons are justifiable for you to go beyond. But otherwise, the general goods which come, mainly most of them, don't stay up to that period. And the people would want them yesterday. But because of the technicalities, sometimes mainly caused by our importers, we find the goods taking longer. I'll give an example that every out of 100 clearances we make, 75% don't need to go to the bonded warehouse and don't stay more than 3 days. Because these are people who are compliant, they are in what we call the green lane, the blue lane. Those ones don't need to stay because we don't look at their cargo. Because we have checked them, and we work with them, and they move. But the remaining 25%, whereas it is the smallest in terms of contribution, even in quantity, they take longer because they are mixed and they are for different people. So over 30,000 importers following the 25%. In the other 75%, I don't have more than 600 importers. So you can imagine, we have 25% of cargo in the bonded warehouse owned by over 33,000 people. And for all those to agree is a problem to clear them out. So, but if a client is ready to pay, we are ready to verify value and then clear those goods. Let me also add that the 75%, most of their cargo moves on what we call transaction documents. You give us your invoice, your bill of lading, your flight invoice, and that is what we take. The 25% is the team, the 33,000 people. They don't have invoices, they don't have receipts. He buys in this shop, he runs to the other, he brings cargo. So that one we have to determine the fair value for which every other person will trade. So you find they take longer than what you would have wanted. But what we implore our importers, and Mr. Iga must have been in a consolidated cargo. Please use companies to consolidate your cargo. You give individuals, they come and own the cargo. When you come to URA, you are nowhere to be seen in any documentation within URA. The cargo you gave it to us at Uchisitu, it is yours. There is nothing to show that you delivered it to him. He stays with the cargo. When you come to URA, our systems, you are not there. So we need to formalize that area of consolidation, whom you give your cargo, and you make them accountable. That I gave you 7 packages, they had 100 shirts, but now on verification, I'm seeing 20 shirts. Where are the others? But there is nothing. You just see someone coming, I gave so and so. How did you give him? Nothing. I just rang him, my brother sent me to him, and that is where the problem is. But for cargo in the warehouses, we want to expedite and have it removed. The earlier, the better for all of us, the client and the Uganda Revenue Authority, of course, government in realizing money. I submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Comrade Kisitu. Now, so on the issue of delayed cargo in the warehouses, I want to make this fine appeal to our importers. If you have your cargo that has overstayed in our bonds for anything beyond 3 days, there is a problem. If you're ready to clear that cargo and it's not being cleared, there is a problem. Approach us. Approach Mr. Assad, the commissioner. Even me, the commissioner general, approach my office. When I'm not there, I have an assistant. Abel, he's here, he's a commissioner. He will handle your issues. Make sure that your goods get out of the bonds before Christmas. You brought them for business. You need to trade. This is the time to sell your goods. Don't accept any more stories of there is a delay, the system is off, there is this. Please find out. Because what Assad has alluded to, consolidation, and I think it answers partly the issue of Mr. Iga Charles. There are people who have been duping our importers. They tell them, give us your goods, we'll take them. They go and cheat them. Maybe they don't even deliver these goods fully. Maybe they tried to smuggle them out and they are caught and they abandon them. He explained that issue, our comrade Iga, in his submission, that there is someone who had been lying them for a year or so, telling them your goods are with you, only to find it was the agent who had the problem. So, if I may now comment on the issues of Comrade Iga Charles, that company that is still holding your goods in Damco, Please, Commissioner Assad, take note. Speak to IGA, get the details, let's intervene and make sure that their goods are released. But also, it is our responsibility as URA to take action against the agents who do not do their work. We license them. So any agent going forward who has been playing games with taxpayers, delaying their goods or trying to smuggle them out, and once they are caught, he causes the taxpayers pay penalties for trying to smuggle, we should not license them going forward. And we are getting to the end of the licensing period, not so? Isn't it the calendar year? It's a calendar year. So we shall have licensed agents 2025, right? Please, let's be strict. People who have been confusing our taxpayers should not appear. And this relates to the issue that has been raised by a land friend. What is the liability of our brother Robert from Uganda Law Society? What is the liability of these agents when they misrepresent? The law provides that we delicense them because we are the one who give them these licenses. And if we have not done that efficiently, we are going to do it going forward because they are causing a lot of mayhem. There are people who are really suffering because of that misrepresentation. IGA also spoke about enforcement, circling them and taking them back to re-verify. This is not the way business should be handled. If you have paid your taxes, you should go and do business. But again, because of this cancer of corruption, which we are here to address, sometimes there is collusion between the customs official and the taxpayer, and the verification is not done properly, the assessment is not done properly. Then enforcement, who are supposed to be independent, get wind that actually the goods that left the bond paid a quarter of the taxes they should have paid. Enforcement has that mandate to take you back and double check. But it should never be the norm. Not everyone should go through that every day. So again, it is an area of improvement. My advice to the taxpayers, for you to avoid disruption with enforcement, please make sure you pay the right tax. And when you are moving, move with your head high. If they stop you, you say, this is my receipt, I have paid my taxes. If they insist and they say, we want to double check, tell them, I allow you to double check, but you will not cost me the whole day. Check and let me proceed. Please don't give them a single penny in addition to bribe your way. Don't feel intimidated, eager. Those people are paid to do that job. No one should ask you for a penny to re-verify, or you should not panic and you say, for me to get out from this enforcement man, I must pay something. Please help us. This is the focus for today's meeting. Help us to fight corruption and to get rid of it from our organization and from our country. And then I will speak to you, Iga, on your final requests, because you have told us about your plea and how you suffered out of business. Let's talk. I want to hear a little more from you on what we can do to support you. But don't give up. You're still a young man. You can still do more. And of course, the other issue, you raised it with Charles. My brother Charles, you listen to the young man and sort out that misunderstanding. Because the agents really, and maybe let me now move to Charles's comments, because he was the next speaker. Charles spoke about the partnership between us and the clearing fraternity. I commend you, Charles, and your team. You have really been partners. And most of your companies are professionals. However, this is time for us to join hands and fight the Kaukum that has entered your fraternity the way we are fighting the Kaukum that had entered URA. Because they distort the name and the purpose and the intention of a clearing agent. A clearing agent is there to facilitate and support the taxpayers through the intricate processes of tax clearance. They have a fee for their service. I don't know what the fee is, Charles. Do we have a range? We need to mention it here loud and clear so that taxpayers know that clearing agents don't take millions to do their job. What is the range? Someone can give him a mic.
Thank you so much. I think that is a conversation moving forward. But what we advise, because of liberalized economy, is that the minimum should be from around 350, 400. That we leave the maximum to be determined by the negotiating what? Negotiating power.
Very good.
Where it goes excess and there is a complaint, we intervene, and we have handled many of those cases.
Okay.
For example, they are common in a group age cargo. You find somebody is charging that he has used data and is charging 500,000 shillings for communication and data. That becomes irrelevant. If that case is reported, we intervene and make sure that we mitigate those charges. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Charles, before you give up the mic, I would like you to confirm that this is the only fee payable to your company. The rest should be paid to the government of Uganda based on a PRN that has been raised by URA. Is that correct, Charles?
I think we will go to the Bible. You give Caesar what belongs to Caesar. And then you give God what belongs to God.
Thank you.
But the problem, sometimes we keep something for our pockets.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Charles, for that honest answer. I see your colleague wanting to comment briefly.
Thank you, Bwana CG. I'm called William Namutale,
yes,
the Vice Chairperson of USIFA. Bwana CG, what goes to us? We even give receipts. These days we have even gone on to EFRIS, because when they pay us, we do the EFRIS arrangement. But we are also appealing again, just like Charles and all other colleagues have appealed. We are appealing to the taxpayers. Please find out the right people you are dealing with. This is extremely important. It's very, very important. Mr. Vamwine here has mentioned the colleagues who have been here. We have also been here, you left us there, as clearing agents. We have been here because we respect integrity. And if we didn't, we would not be here. But the issues, and allow me, Bwana CG, to also mention that since we are talking about corruption, there are four things here that the members here need to understand, that we have customs agents, we have tax agents, we have consolidators, and then we have brokers. If we have time to separate these four, then we are going to do the right thing. Excellent. We are in the firing line because we are in the act.
That's right. Thank you, William.
Yes.
I want to suggest that during the panel discussion,
thank you very much.
You delve into this and speak about the differences. I fully agree with that, but thank you for that comment. So, my message to our taxpayers, our valued taxpayers, when you import goods, ask your agent to do the paperwork on your behalf. Give him your documents of importation, give him your invoices. They are the experts. Ask him to go into the system, make a declaration, and generate for you a PRN, which is the document that will give you a figure to go and pay in the bank. And as I spoke earlier, pay directly to the bank, whether online or physically. It is your responsibility to pay your taxes. And the only other fee that you will pay to this agent will be his charge for his service, for doing the paperwork for you. and you have had Charles put that fee in a range, a minimum of about 350 for your whole container. It can be 400 if you are generous, but please don't allow the extortion of give me 2 million for your container to be moved forward to be verified today. Give me 2 million for the network to go on. Please, that is extortion. Anybody who asks for that money, tell him you are corrupt. I will not deal with you and move to the next agent. And as we have already heard, most of those so-called agents, in inverted commas, are actually not agents. So go to the right agent. He will handle you professionally. He will not ask you for fees that don't arise. I speak this with a heavy heart because I hear people who spend up to 15 million on useless bribes. And when I say, please help me get the person who is extorting these bribes from you, they say it is my agent who tells me that your officers want that money. Now that one is difficult to fight corruption. You, as the taxpayer, your right is to say, I want to pay directly to the bank. If you are charging me for your service, at the end of the exercise, your fee is known, 400, I'll give it to you, and we part in peace and we shake hands. Any other money unreceipted is corruption money. Please don't be part of that. I appeal to you. I take the words of wisdom given by Comrade Charles. He asked the importers to stop bribing his colleagues, the agents. I support it. He asked URA to start providing opportunities for avoiding tax. My staff, you have heard, this is very valuable information coming from one of our partners. If we've been doing this, please, we must stop. And then importers choose or insist. So on this one, Charles and Assad and the entire team, let's work together. Would rather license a few credible agents than having a sea of agents who we can't vouch for their integrity because they've messed up our name. We can no longer tell who is corrupt, whether it is URA or an agent, and this must end. So I look forward to a thorough job in the next release. And we must find ways of publishing this beyond the website. Our land friend alluded to that. Finally, Comrade Morozi, our brother from the Anti-Corruption Unit of State House, thank you, first of all, for honoring our invitation to be here. Let's clap for him. But thank you and thank General Soke, your boss, for the comradeship and the partnership we have enjoyed, especially in the fight against corruption. We appreciate you and we are happy that you are here. Thank you for your kind comments. Okay, let me now move. Sorry, I still have one more page and a few questions. Let me, with honor and respect, appreciate our religious leader, Father Dr. Lawrence. Thank you so much, sir, first of all, for supporting us and for coming when we invite you. Thank you for honoring us with your presence today. Please clap for him. You amplified and clarified and emphasized the comments that I made here on professionalism, integrity, and patriotism, and I thank you. You gave us good feedback on human interaction when we are collecting revenue. Yes, revenue collectors, we are human beings. We are part of you as part of the same society. We should never appear to be above or superior or whatever it is. So thank you so much, Father Lawrence, for that feedback. And of course, you always mix it with your humor and very interesting songs. I also am a lover of Kadongo Kamu, so when you speak about Ndimumbeja, thank you very much, sir. And thank you for appreciating our men and women who do an honest job. You are a fraternity. The majority of these men and women do a noble job. And please receive the appreciation from Father Lawrence. The few apples that have been bad, we have tried to pluck them out, and we will not relent until they are completely out. We need to have a clean team that will deliver our nation from this bondage of begging and borrowing every year. Our brother from the bar, from the radical new bar, Mr. Robert Jurua, thank you so much for honoring our invite, and thank you for your words of wisdom. I greatly appreciate you. Please clap for him. Now, on the whistleblowers, again, I want my team to be involved, but also I don't want to misquote the law. So, Mwajuma, I think I will ask you to come back. But let me speak around the process of whistleblowing, and the lawyer will give us the law as it states. We value whistleblowers. They are part of our partners in collecting revenue. And when they come, it is our obligation and duty to protect them. And we have made provisions for their protection. First of all, they can give us this information anonymously. We don't have to know them. Not even my own officers should know a whistleblower. When you go to our website, you'll find a tab that will lead you to whistleblowing. And if you click that tab, it will ask for particular information from you. You can use your right names, you can use pseudonyms. And then you will provide us the information you have. So you say company X, as an example, has been dodging tax. This is the tax they've been dodging. This is the evidence I have. So if you have any evidence, you'll upload it on the site. And this information will reach us, and it will be double-checked, because the law requires, maybe let Mwajuma first speak about the law. The law requires that this information is unique and is not already known to us as URA, because you may give us information where we're already carrying out an audit. Now, the moment we find that information accurate, new to us, then we'll send you a unique number to identify you as a whistleblower. In other words, we would have accepted your information and we'll start working on it. But meanwhile, you have a document with a number which says you are our first informer on this, and when we have finished this job of auditing and investigating, there is a reward for you. So Mwajuma, speak about the law and the reward and the percentages.
Thank you very much, CG. The law relating to whistleblowers is found in the Tax Procedure Code Act, and CG, you have ably taken us through what whistleblowing is about. Actually, I should say that I have nothing useful to add, but basically, when you have a matter that you want to report, our reporting lines are being projected on the lines, but on the projector. But we have a manager in charge of whistleblowing, Mr. Andrew Aswime. I think he's around. In case he's around, please stand up for recognition. That is our manager in charge of whistleblowers. The law provides that you approach URA, you can go through Mr. James Abola, you can approach Mr. Asimwe, and we assure you that it will be held in confidence. So you are given that unique identifier that taxpayer X has provided this information in regards to a bribe, a request for a bribe, a non-payment of tax or anything, and then URA carries out a verification of that information. Once we verify that the information is true and we do not have that information within our records, or it was not within our, we had not yet carried out an audit, we had not yet investigated, and we actually find out that the information you have provided has led us to realize an amount of tax that is stated, then the law provides that you are entitled to be to a reward of 5%. But the key thing is that that information should not already be in URA's domain. Now, in relation to whistleblowing about integrity, that information you give will be taken to Mr. Abola here, the head of integrity, and he together with his team carry out what they call an investigation to find out Is what you're saying true? Are the allegations about the staff or the taxpayer or anyone true? And indeed, if they find out that it is true, then we have a disciplinary process within URA where the staff is taken through what they call the Management Disciplinary Committee and is answerable for their actions. And if they are found culpable, then they can either be terminated or dismissed or at times prosecuted. Thank you, Chief.
So thank you, Majuma. I think let's draw the distinction here. There are two types of whistleblowing. One is a concerned citizen who wants to let us know that there is tax evasion somewhere. Maybe you worked with a company. Many times the whistleblowers are those who are actually internal, so they know how they are falsifying records. It is your right to come out and say, this company is undermining our country and its development. I'm therefore going to be a whistleblower. Now, in that instance, you even have to be more careful because you actually belonged. Now you have moved away, and these people can even try to hunt you down. That is where you go on our website and you use the anonymous reporting to URA, and we will respond to your information once we find it accurate by giving you a unique identifier, and we can continue to interact with you online. We don't have to see you. So if this person has friends in URA and he comes and he says, who has given this classified information to me, he will not trace you. And at URA, we have just one person who we can't even introduce here in charge of that information. So he will handle it with our auditors and we will recover. And the law says you are entitled to a reward of 5% of the taxes recovered. But there is a ceiling. It is not open. When the recovery is so big, there is a cap of 100 million. Not so much, Juma? Yes. So it is 5% or 100 million, whichever is less. If you help us recover $1 billion, no, if you help us recover 2 billion, 5% of 2 billion would be, my mathematics has gone through the window. Okay, so 10% of 2 billion would be 200 million. So 5% would be 100 million. That's a bad example. If you gave us 5 billion, instead of giving you 250 billion, which would be the 5%, the cap says maximum 100. Now, for the developed nations of the world, whistleblowing is done at free of charge. Because the patriotism we are talking about is not for us only, it should also be for the citizens. So it is your responsibility as a citizen to report any tax evasion, even without expecting a reward. And as you mentioned, Comrade Robert, some of the cases in court are the whistleblowers who had made it a business and they feel entitled to the 10%. The law used to be 10%. It was changed to 5% and with a cap of 100 million. So let's whistleblow knowing that we shall be protected. We can stay anonymous and we will get a reward at the end of the day. Let's not fear to approach. So that is one line of whistleblowing. The second one is this one of staff compliance, staff discipline, agents discipline. Whoever is involved in any form of extortion, bribery, call those toll-free numbers, reach Mr. Bola and his team, give us information. Again, we will protect you. We are trained. We have trained police officers who work with us. We will not handle your information carelessly in a way that can put you into trouble. We will deal with our disciplinary part and protect you as our source, and at the end of the day, have a cleaner and more efficient system. I think I spoke about the regulation of agents earlier. We can share more ideas because we want a smart and efficient team of agents. Beyond publishing on website, we should do it. Maybe we can have days to run it in a gazette. Maybe we should have, I don't know what else. Let's have more ideas. But I agree, let the agents who are straight be supported and promoted on all our followers, and let's get rid to the middlemen and brokers who are spoiling their name and our name and image. Yeah, so did I miss anything? Is there someone who spoke and I didn't speak about? Sorry I've taken so long, but I thank you so much for those very, very informative questions and comments. And I thank you, colleagues, who have supported in answering. Thank you.
Ongeza tena.
A very huge round of applause for the Commissioner General and the URA leadership team. And now let's do it the URA way. Asante sana. We are also going to use maybe less than a minute to capture the group photo of the panelists together with the Commissioner General at this URA Integrity Forum, Kampala edition. The panelists and the Commissioner General will be joined by the URA management team members who are present here. I've seen Commissioner Asadu, Commissioner Rusoke, Commissioner Tinka, Commissioner Ebo Kagumir. We shall also have our partners, our partner from State House. This is your moment. We do have some leaders of trader groups. Let us capture this moment and iconize it for the years to come, because this is going to become a very key fixture of the URA annual calendar.
Okay, thank you very much. CG, before you leave. Okay. Okay, can we all come here for a moment, group photo, please? Yes. The CG would like to have all of us in his picture. Sorry? Oh, sorry. Okay. Please, the leaders, let us come here for a picture moment. We can fit. The few will come. Okay. Okay, thank you very much, CG. I would like you to recognize, as you take your seats, please, I'd like CG to recognize the most compliant guests that we have today. People who kept time. They were here before 7:30. CG. Please, I would like to recognize these people who came in first. Miss Atim Maureen Lusika, are you here? Miss Maureen? Yeah. Please come over. Thank you so much for keeping time. That's a sign of integrity. Miss Chirunji Molly. Are you still here, Miss Chirunji Molly? Yes. Yes, our partner from Auditor General. Thank you so much for keeping time. These are people with highest integrity in this room today. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, CG, for recognizing me.
Thank you so much, colleagues. So far, so good. The Commissioner General is catching up with another program, but the discussion continues because at this very minute we are just about to have our panel discussion. But before we do, maybe you can allow me to energize us for just a minute. We are going to play a game. It's called Badu Badu. It will require us to stand up, if you don't mind. All right. I'm going to give out the instructions for playing this game. When I say Badu Badu, you'll have your hand position like this. This is Badu Badu. Two hands, if you put one, you might be interpreted to be coming from Germany. So this is Badu Badu, then this is Badu, then this is Ba. Let's try to see them. What is Badu Badu? Badu, then Ba. The hand rests at Ba. So I'm going to be giving out instructions. When I say Badu Badu, you do Badu Badu. When I say Badu, you do Badu. Then when I say Ba, you relax the hands, okay? But be careful not to fall for what I'm doing. Listen to what I'm saying and you do exactly that. Can we try it one time? Badu Badu, Badu Badu, Badu, Ba. Okay, now I'm going to start to try to confuse you. But you need to keep up. Badu Badu, Badu Badu. This is a test of integrity. If you do something that is not what you need to be doing, have the integrity within yourself to simply disqualify yourself and you sit down. Now we are going for the real one, eh? That was Jaribu. Badu Badu, Badu, Badu Badu, Badu, Ba. Badu Badu. Integrity. If you even did this. Okay, last round. Badu Badu, Badu, Badu Badu, Badu, Ba. All right, thank you so much for that one. You are all men and women of the highest form of integrity. Apart from a few. As per that game. Please allow me to invite our panelists to take to the stage. We do have Reverend Dr. Jafu. We do have Mr. That name always confuses me. Some pronounce it as Xavier, others say Xavier. But we do have Mr. Xavier Cosmas Ejoy Mindrea. We do have Miss Pamela Natamba. We do have Mr. James Abola. We do have Mr. Gervas Ndianabo. We do have Miss Barbara Dokoria. And they are going to take on just a couple of questions on this very issue that we do call integrity. 5 are already up. I have it on reliable information that Mr. Xavier is going to find us on the way. But for purposes of appreciating who's in the room, please allow me to introduce them in no particular order. I'll start with Miss Pamela Natamba, who is a tax lead at the PricewaterhouseCoopers. PwC is no stranger, especially when it comes to the world of finance, tax, and everything in between. She's also a council member of the Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, with a special focus on tax matters affecting the oil and gas sector. She is also a practicing tax professional with vast experience in a broad range of industries, including banking, insurance, telecommunications, manufacturing, energy, and utilities, with a specialized focus on the petroleum sector. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Pamela Natamba. Mr. James Abola is the Assistant Commissioner, Integrity, Compliance, and Ethics at Uganda Revenue Authority, a pioneer role, I must add. He holds at least 20 years of working experience and training in the world of consultancy, coaching, business management, etc. He has previously run as the team lead at Akamai Global, a leading provider of financial literacy in Uganda. He is, among other things, a co-author of Aristoc Booklex's best-selling financial literacy book called Make Sense of Your Money. Make Sense of Your Money. Today, he's going to help us to make sense of integrity. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. James Abola. We do have Reverend Dr. Jasper Tumuhimbise, a man of the clock, and today he's going to give us the perspective from the world of the church when it comes to issues of integrity and the fight against corruption, because this fight takes all of us, and he is going to be demonstrating to us what is possible when we approach it from the theological approach. We are very, very glad to have you, Reverend Dr. Jasper Tumuhimbise. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause to the Reverend Dr. Jasper Tumuhimbise. We do have Mr. Gervas Ndianabo. The cool kids would say Mr. Gervais Ndianabo, who is currently the secretary and the deputy managing director at the New Vision Printing and Publishing Company, which is the oldest and the most profound publishing company in the country, with interests in the area of print media, digital media, and I must add, radio and television, anything broadcasting. And additionally, he is a member of the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya, the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Uganda, and the Global Institute of Internal Auditors. Mr. Ndianabo has an undergraduate degree from Makerere University and an MBA from the University of Edinburgh Business School, and previously he has also served very profoundly as the director at Finance Trust Bank Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jerevas Njanabo. Barbara Dokoria is a senior compliance manager with over 18 years of experience working with Stanbic Bank, the largest commercial bank in Uganda, and I must say, one of the key partners in revenue mobilization for Uganda Revenue Authority. We do collect quite a lot through Stanbic Bank. She is the current head of compliance, working collaboratively with the parent company, Standard Bank Group South Africa. Barbara has significantly harnessed her risk management expertise, and today here we are going to be learning from her cup. She has grown from a clerical banking officer to become a top manager in both the audit and compliance departments. Barbara is well versed in regulatory compliance, anti-money laundering, fraud risk, data privacy compliance, and internal audit best practices, with in-depth understanding of all banking business processes and systems. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Miss Barbara Dokoria. May the conversations begin. The very first question that I'm going to run by our panelists is a question that is going to go to Mr. James Abola. It is a pioneer role that you're performing at URA, and you've been at it for a while now. The Commissioner General dropped the numbers of some of the people that have actually had to leave the organization because they were not conforming to the standards in accordance to PIP, or should I say professionalism, integrity, and patriotism. Would you be kind enough to tell the House that is gathered here today a little bit more about the efforts that URA has actually put in place in the fight against corruption and revenue leakages? There are those things that we don't get to see, but things that need to be talked about. Take it away, Mr. James Abola.
Thank you very much, MC, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I have to say that in Uganda now, I perhaps hold the most exciting job. There's no day that I spend in the office when I'm bored. It's an amazing job. And I pray that many of you will pray to take it on from me. I think one of the things that, there are a couple of things that we are doing at URA, and all these things that we are doing, there's a lot of collaboration at different levels, starting from the board of directors through the senior management, the middle management, and the staff of URA. But let me start by sharing an experience that I had at the Sheraton Hotel a few months after I joined URA. The Inspectorate of Government was releasing a report of a survey that they had done about the state of corruption in the country. And in part of that report had a list, what I would call a list of shame, you know, the most corrupt institution, and following and following and following. And I was seated next to a gentleman from an institution that I will not name. So the institution he came from was way up there, perhaps winning the gold medal of corruption. So he asked me and said, how comes it's not on the list? Then he followed the question by saying, so how do you avoid being on the list? And there are two things I want to bring out from this experience. One is that from my perspective, for quite a while, the conversation or discussion around corruption, prevention of corruption, has measured on naming and shaming. But when then you look what has been the impact of the naming and shaming, maybe it has just spurred on corruption. Because if you name somebody and shame them 3 times, they may become shameless and just say, okay, let me just get on with it. That is one. Now, bringing that into the context of URA, when I joined URA back in 2020, one of the first assignments that I got from the board through management was that we need to have an integrity strategy as an organization. Now, before we get to have a strategy, we needed to define what the problem was. And I thought that we needed to do a survey, but most of the surveys would be the one that is leaning towards the perception about corruption in an institution or in a country. And it could well tell you that you have a big problem with corruption, but it will not tell you what is the cause of the problem, and then therefore how you can go about to solve it. So what we did in URA in 2021 is to do a comprehensive what's the problem and what was causing it, so that we could then be able to come up with a strategy to address the problem. And that really helped us to appreciate the areas where we are struggling. And we found that we are struggling, for instance, in areas of leadership, in areas of human resource management, in the positioning of our IT function, things that may not have come out from the perception surveys. And that then helped us to form the comprehensive integrity strategy. And again, with that strategy, the fight against corruption and the enhancement of integrity became wider than what probably we would have thought of doing earlier on. And the board at that point, when we came with the strategy, also gave us a clear target of where management should take the organization, because we came up with a URA integrity score. So 2021, our score was 48.7%, but the board gave us a target that by June of next year, we should be at 80%. That's a tall order, but like the CG has commented, we are committed to getting there. Now, just a few more things that I may add is that the strategy is anchored on 4 pillars. Pillar number one is ethical leadership, because we see that when we have ethical leadership, then what you, the taxpayer, will see and what the rest of the staff will experience are leaders who are credible and leaders who are accountable. And that is something, again, which the Commissioner General echoed. Number 2 is to have engaged clients. And the end result is that we would have clients who are satisfied. We know to have a taxpayer who is satisfied is a tall order, but that is where we are aiming. And then also clients who are informed. A lot of the issues around corruption feeds on the lack of information, poor information, and even sometimes misinformation. And clients who are compliant in their tax affairs. Sometimes corruption arises because somebody is non-compliant and they want to avoid their liability, and they end up creating corrupt situations. The other pillar of the strategy is to have staff who are resolute, staff who have a backbone, who can say no to a bribe when it is offered to them, who can also say no to their appetites when they run wild. And the fourth pillar is to have robust systems and processes. We are convinced that without effective technology, without reliable data, and data which is available, data which is used in decision makings, without those in place, we cannot deal effectively with corruption. So that is what we are doing through the strategy. Now, if I may just say in conclusion, in information and communication is very important. And it is said that in any war, the first victim is always the truth. And and a war will have protagonists. You know, there are people who are fighting on either side. So you don't have people on the other side with their hands tied behind their back. And so we've also seen that effective communication and education is very critical in us effectively waging this fight against corruption. And as URA, we've put in place a communication strategy. This communication strategy is named Ignite. So we want to light up a fire of integrity, because we realize that, yes, it is important to fight corruption, but you also need to show up the people who are doing it right. And so we have the Ignite communication strategy riding on the tagline, speak, think, and execute. And so this really wraps it up that even with this engagement, we would like to have you speak out, like it has already started when the CG made these comments and people joined in with comments and questions. But we also, this speaking needs to influence our thinking, because it is within the thinking that corruption is brewed or bred, and then it matures and it becomes manifest. So we need to have a right thinking. We shouldn't have a situation where some people think that they are entitled to corruption. We should have thinking. And then importantly, we need to execute the right actions. And so that's what we are doing in URA. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. James Abola, for that submission. Someone was giving you applause. Please go ahead. Don't hesitate. As you were speaking, there was a presentation that was making its play in the background there. If I can request the person who's running it to just take it back just one slide. There's a question that I would like to run by you, courtesy of the slide that is, I think it's the previous slide. There was a slide on the numbers of the trends of people that have been, that one, the one before, that one. URA anti-corruption measures continued, it's a continuation. And there we have it, staff education and disciplinary actions. And of course we do have the numbers. The trend is clear, 2019, 20, 16 people. 26 in 2020 and 21. 5 in 21 and 22. 25 in 22 and 23. 26 in the year that we've just closed, the previous financial year. And we are at the halfway point of 24, 25. And the number is already 29. What should we take away from that trend of statistics?
Thank you, Solomon. I think the point is clear that the management and the board resolve to fight corruption is clear and it is firm. And yeah, so these former colleagues who were investigated over various allegations, and like the Commissioner General explained, they went through disciplinary hearing, and the disciplinary committee found them culpable. Now, we, at all the processes in investigation, in the disciplinary hearing, and also after disciplinary this committee has sat, the colleagues are also given a chance to appeal. Yes, so we emphasize fairness, we emphasize following the right procedure. But what I want to point out to the people gathered here is that even before we come to all these investigations and the like, we do a lot of sensitization to make sure that people know what URA stands for, the culture that we are building, and that really there's no room for corruption. We have zero tolerance for corruption. There's what is not shown on that presentation, that for some cases where there's adequate evidence, we have referred to the Director of Public Prosecution, and as we speak now, we have 9 cases under prosecution in anti-corruption court, and those 9 cases involve a total of 11 former staff. So the commitment is very clear. And then what I want to say is that you find that some of these people got themselves where they are because a tax evader somewhere offered to bribe them, and they also accepted the bribe. Some of them, they found somebody has a liability, and instead of assessing and collecting revenue, they started to talk behind the back of the authority, and they were caught in the act, and we then hold them accountable. Also, I don't know much about other institutions of government, but there will be few institutions that will match URA in our resolve to stamp out corruption. Thank you.
Thank you so much, James, for bringing the statistics into context, and the message is very clear. This brings me to Pamela Natamba. I'm a big fan of yours. I read your articles. I follow your works. And I appreciate what you and your colleagues in that space have been able to do, especially in the area of civic education. Those articles are very educational, and they help a taxpayer here and there. In the area of scrutiny, or should I say checking the tax law, because there are some articles where you're asking questions, questions to policy makers, and a good bunch of these questions have actually been answered by way of better policies. I've also noticed with very high interest the work that you do in the area of advocacy, and also the assistance to high value taxpayers who are your clients. But that brings me now to the question that I would like to run by you. Is there space for people in the auditing space, people in the finance world, to actually also have a role to play in the fight against corruption? If so, what are we looking at?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I believe it's still morning. Maybe in the interest of just letting people know in what capacity I'm here, I would say I'm representing tax agents. As PwC, we do many things, but supporting clients, taxpayers, to make sure that they pay their fair share of taxes, I would say. So we are a tax agent. I am a tax agent. So back to the question that you have posed to me. As tax agents, we call ourselves, I would call us partners in this journey of fighting corruption, in this journey of making sure that taxpayers are compliant and they're paying the taxes that they need to pay. And that makes that role of a tax agent very special in the sense that we are between the URA and the taxpayers. And what we do on a daily basis is to really bridge that gap between the two parties. URA is seeking to collect taxes. The taxpayers want to pay tax, but they also want to make sure they pay the right amount of tax. We have, of course, engaged and experienced different aspects. I will specifically speak to corruption, which you asked about. And some of the areas that we have experienced, a lot has been talked about from the customs front, so I will not go there. The clearing agents are here. They have a lot of stories. We do help with routine compliance matters. For example, in terms of filing tax returns, that is, your usual income tax, whether you're an individual or a company. And in so doing, there's a lot of taxes in there. There's the income tax that you pay either annually. There's the withholding taxes that you pay on a monthly basis. There's VAT. All of us are familiar with VAT, IFRIS, and all those related matters. So some of the areas we find that breed or lead to corruption include things like the transparency in terms of how is information disclosed in the returns. Is it fully disclosed? Is it accurate? Because you'll find that majority of these returns are designed and require a certain amount of information. Some of it very detailed information, disclose your income, disclose your expenses. If it is VAT, a number of us know that now with IFRIS, you also have to interface with your books of accounts, which means that the expectation is that you have detailed books of accounts, you're disclosing your income, you're disclosing your expenses correctly. So we have found that in some cases, in the way that we, or as taxpayers, the way that these returns are completed may not be fully compliant, in the sense that some information is not fully disclosed, or some of the information is not accurate, or some of the information that is also disclosed in there is not supported. So when the URA is auditing or is asking for further information, it then becomes difficult to support the information that you have declared in the returns. There have been other areas that we have found. I happen to work with a broad range of clients. Some are small taxpayers, some are traders, some are large multinational companies. So you'll find issues around We will call it tax planning sometimes, but when it then borders tax avoidance and tax evasion. Tax planning is legal in the sense that the law makes certain provisions. I can utilize those provisions to make sure that I'm not paying excessive tax. On the other side, tax evasion, avoidance, you're doing what is illegal in the sense that you're not paying the tax that you're supposed to do. So we find that in some instances, some of the aggressive planning can then border avoidance and evasion. Other people will want to set up companies outside of Uganda in areas that we call tax havens, which then means that they would not want to pay tax because they've put operations in certain countries, or they're trying to take advantage of the treaties that minimize double taxation, but you find they do not qualify. And I'm trying to simplify this as much as possible so that it's not academic. So we have found all those manner of practices. And what is our role as tax agents? Our role is to then support the taxpayers to understand, first of all, what does the law say? What is what you're doing within the law? Are you complying? Secondly, do you understand what you're supposed to do in terms of compliance? And do you know where to go at the URA? Because as I mentioned earlier, we are partners with the URA. Thirdly, can we help you bridge the gap, engage with the URA and talk through some of the challenges, some of the issues you're facing, and help you to comply? The Commissioner General earlier talked about the voluntary disclosure program. One of the areas that we have supported our taxpayers with is to then help them to understand what is it they need to do to be able to benefit from that program of voluntary disclosure. So we have mechanisms in place to support the taxpayers. But maybe stepping away a bit from that is to also speak to the URA and say, while we do identify these areas of potential corruption, areas where taxpayers need support, I think the URA also needs to help us as we collaborate with them to minimize the push to corruption. Why do I say this? We find that when taxpayers find challenges with the URA in terms of addressing some of their issues, and I can give an example, we've had issues around the ledgers, and I was speaking to Mr. Bola here earlier, where you find we've told taxpayers there's a voluntary disclosure program. If you pay your taxes, you're going to get a waiver of interest. You get to the team that's dealing with the ledgers, and you thought the interest amount was 100 million, you're now being told it's 30 million. And reason being, the way the ledger is structured, when you make a payment, how it is allocated to the different liabilities. And then it becomes a question of, can we trust the URA that if I pay my principal amount, I will get the waiver of the penalty that I'm supposed to get? And that has been a challenge for us as tax agents, because even if you're trying to support these companies to voluntarily come out and pay, they have struggled with whether the amnesty is actually working the way it should be working. So I think it's important that in helping us to deal with the corruption subject, the URA supports in terms of helping to, I think there's doing the right thing and there's doing things right, if I may put it that way. We understand the intention of that voluntary disclosure program and the waiver. How is the law drafted? We can go into legalities and all those things, but at the end of the day, do we understand the spirit of the law? Can we make sure that we apply it correctly and do the right thing, and make sure that we are supporting the taxpayers who truly want to come through and be compliant and not get engaged in practices of corruption to then comply? I guess I can pause there. Thank you.
100%. I would like to propose a very powerful round of applause for Miss Pamela Natamba for really breaking it down. And I appreciate the fact that she even made mention of the waiver, which is running out on 31st December, by the way. So we are talking days now. Please, if you know anybody that could grab this opportunity, do let them know so that they are able to make the most of that tax waiver before it goes away. Mr. Xavier Cosmas Ejoy has joined us, and I would like to invite him to take his seat with the other panelists. He is an accomplished professional dedicated to advancing democratic governance, rule of law, and human dignity. He's currently serving as the country director for Action Aid International, Uganda, where he provides thought leadership, manages a substantial budget, and oversees a team of over 100 staff working across 15 field offices. His work involves leading governance programming, strategic partnerships, and innovative citizen engagement programs focused on the youth and women, all the while maintaining a coherent advocacy agenda and ensuring organizational efficiency and impact. Today, he's going to be talking integrity and anti-corruption here, and at the right time, I'll run his question by him. Thank you so much, sir, for making the time and joining the panel. Yes, the next question goes to Reverend Dr. Jasper Tumuhimbise. What role can the religion or religious leaders play in the fight against corruption?
Yeah, thank you so much, and good morning again, friends. What role? If you talk about faith and religion, you are talking about all URA staff and then those who pay them bribes. I mean, they go to the mosque on Friday and Saturday, SDAs go. Then the churches are also full of people who bribe and those who are bribed. So the role of religion cannot be linked from what we call practice. Why? Because somebody called John Mbiti wrote that Africans are notoriously religious. And to the extent that 97% of the current statistics, if my fellow, I'm a statistician by the way, if my fellow you boss can be trusted, up to 97% are religious in Uganda. But corruption is almost 100%. So the question is not even the role of religion, but what is actually religion? And if it is religion, why can't it enforce religious ethics within and without? And so to answer your question, I will use three things. It is called CPR. Please, if you have, you can write. CPR, one is combative. The role of religion is to combat what? Corruption. And of course, I have written on this in my other work. I write about corruption generally, combating. In other words, religion must confront and challenge practices that abuse people and then remove dignity of people. And I agree with Pamela that if I'm a good taxpayer, sometimes I'm punished. You get it? And religion must combat that. To challenge URA, for example, I will give an example on what we call scope. You know, you get somebody coming from URA, I'm coming to carry out audit, and you go from 2010, this is 2024, 14 years. Now, in terms of finances, financial records are supposed to be kept 7 years. Employment record is 10 years. But when I was I worked with IGG, we had what they call scope. If you don't go out without knowing your scope, you'll find, of course, problems. But who is there to keep records of 2011, 2010? I have a friend, I met him on Saturday. He came to see me at home. And he was telling me, URA is busy asking for records of 2010. Let me tell you again, religion is to confront such a what? Practices. I hope you'll call me again. You get it? Why? Because if you go to look for a wrong thing, you'll get it. If you go to look for right thing, and combat it, therefore, and attract revenue, people will pay. I'm a good taxpayer, but I hate when you come to look for the wrong thing. That's combative. And what we went wrong when I was working with IGG was that we are combative more than preventive, or even more than responsive. And I'll come to this later. So, please, don't become combative. And religion should therefore be combative against URA practices that abuse what? The taxpayer. Because while you want compliance, we also want you to comply with the what? With the law. Secondly, is what they call preventive. So CPR, we have combative, but also preventive. Religion in Uganda, now listen to this. Education facilities across the board from nursery to university, up to 85% are controlled by faith and religion. Let me repeat that. Government aided, yes, but education in Uganda is controlled by faith and religion. You talk about Chisubi, you talk about Ubudo, Namagunga, Gayaza, all those are faith-based foundations. No question about it. So in terms of preventive, therefore, religion has an opportunity to train our children about morals that they move with. Then second, in health services, up to 70% health services are faith and religious based. Okay, you go to Mengo Hospital, cross to Rubaga, cross to Nsambya, cross to Chibuli, then you only have Murago. You get it? Meaning, actually, religion controls what? The health sector. Again, up to 70%. So in terms of prevention, therefore, of corruption in the health sector, what you need is more morals within the religious sector and others. And then media across the board except print media. Media across the board, religion controls more than 50%. Meaning, actually, in terms of prevention, therefore, religion can promote good habits, also encourage purposeful living, that you do not have to be very rich and it become a disaster. On prevention, let me mention this. I was a good social media practitioner. Okay, today I'm still good, but not as good. In 2013, I was working in the Sudan Anti-Corruption Commission. They were actually found me there. I had applied to URA then. URA was handling the driving permits. I applied, and after 8 months, I hadn't received my permit. So I wrote an article on social media. Uganda Snail Authority. Snail. Instead of error, I made an error. And you know, James Sabara was still part of us. He wasn't yet part of the service delivery of URA. And so I wrote about Uganda Snail Authority. A snail carrying my driving permit from Old Kampala, where I paid from, and I calculated that if a snail had carried that permit for 8 months, it would have reached Nakawa, and therefore I should have received my permit. Of course, I received a call from Commissioner General then, and we discussed about preventive mechanisms. Why should I pay for a permit? And it takes certain systems for it to be what? To be renewed. And for me, again, I did that intentionally. Why? Because in terms of when you want to prevent corruption, you allow experiential corruption. In other words, you are the victim. And then you measure so that you put what? Mechanisms to prevent. So preventive measures must be internal. URA, you must put internally preventive measures, whom you send out, systems of payment. When do I receive my PRN? If I have a challenge, whom do I call? All that must be internal. Then externally, put mechanisms to encourage people. For example, this morning when the Commissioner General was responding, I suggest you put public accountability forums where people will come and ask questions, put you on a what? And the role of religion is actually to demand for that. that you bring Commissioner General, others, come and answer because you are handling public good. Final, and as I end, we have what they call responsive. Combative, yes. Preventive, yes, but also responsive. Responsive has two aspects. One is the victims of corruption, that you see somebody has come to me, they are demanding for a bribe, then I have whistleblown. There was a saying under Amini that you have the right to say anything, but you have no right to know what will happen to you. So sometimes whistleblowing is a challenge because I know when I whistleblow, the repercussions are enormous. At least I have, James Abora knows a bit of that suffering on me. You whistleblow, yes, but the repercussions are so high. So in terms of responsive, therefore, have a mechanism of, yes, dismissing, but also a mechanism of helping those people who were affected by that behavior to be helped, like Mr. Igas, you know what he was saying. And of course, he sees this as the only space to say it. But he needs to be what? Helped. If he's wrong, to be helped to do what is right. But if he's then right, to be helped to know that if I whistleblow, there are no what? There are no repercussions. So as I conclude, the role of religion is we must rise up to fight what? Corruption. But a nation whose religious and faith practices are wrong will have also wrong leaders. So what you are seeing in the public sector is a reflection of what is happening within the religious and faith sector. In other words, we are also notoriously corrupt. Thank you so much.
A very huge round of applause for Reverend Dr. Jasper. Thank you so much for offering CPR as a solution. I think it comes with so many envelopes, if you may, in terms of the knowledge and depth and angles. And we really do appreciate that submission. And on the preventive side, you really made mention of how the church, through its multiple interests, including media interests, can actually play a role. And it actually dawned on me that indeed the church probably does own 50%, especially in the broadcasting area. Now, another person that we do have who is coming from the world of the media is Mr. Gervas, representing the Vision Group. And these two also have a very strong command on the media space in the country. If they shut down for a week, it would be crazy on the side of information sharing. Fortunately, we won't see that anytime soon. But Mr. Gervas, the question to you then is simple. In this fight against corruption, what role can the media play? How can the media play a role in terms of combating, in terms of offering CPR in this fight against corruption?
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is, as a way of background, corruption is a monster. You can feel it, you can touch it, but it is a monster. And every agency that is involved in combating corruption, whether it is purely an anti-corruption agency or it is an agency like the URA and trying to protect the revenues and revenue leakages, must realize that you cannot work in isolation. You will never ever be able to do much if you did it alone. And therefore, the ethical climate in the country is a big issue for all of us. Whether you work in any one of those agencies, or not, whether you work for government or not, it is a concern for all of us. We all would like to live in an environment that has the type of ethical climate where you will do your work very well. I want to imagine even the most corrupt would have been happier if the environment was different and they went about their business differently. Recently, I took my children to a country where there is almost zero crime, And I made sure that they interact with people, including taxi drivers, and they tell them how they feel good living in an environment where you will leave your phone, you forget your phone anywhere, your laptop, and you will find it. And they tell you that even if they wanted to do anything funny, it just won't happen because the agencies responsible for this will be there, but also you will look out of place. Now, why am I beginning with that background? Because the media on its own is not going to do much because the media is not going to arrest you. The media can preach like Reverend is talking about because somebody called Lawrence Kohlberg gave us the theory of the 6 stages of moral or ethical development, beginning with a very basic one where people do good because of fear of punishment. Now, his theory was based on children as they grow up. So children begin to do good because they fear punishment. And the next stage, level 2, they will do good because of the promises of reward. Now, you can imagine we seem to be still operating around there. Until you go to the 6th where we are talking about the international moral high ground. So the media does its role mainly in investigative journalism. Investigative journalism is a key component of any serious media. Reverend talked about a case where he wrote about the snail company. And it may even be as brief as a short story, but that attracts attention. It will only attract serious attention if there are other agencies picking from what has been investigated. That's why I'm bringing the fact that you cannot do this in isolation. So, for example, at the New Vision, we have a whole section for investigative journalism. It's a hard job because out there, investigating, you see, it may be easier to investigate when you are in URA because you have access to the records, the internal records. But you imagine you are just a journalist and you've received a tip about something in, let me not mention any organization, and you are looking for that information, and when you write your story, you must have the evidence. Even when people give you a photocopy of a document, you have to be very careful. So it's not easy, but it is such a key role, it's such a cardinal role, because the media has one of its cardinal roles as to hold those in power accountable. And when I say those in power, I don't mean only those who wield the instruments as you know them. It is all those who have authority to transact, to do all the things that we've been talking about. So the media has that as a cardinal role. Of course, in many places when our people go to them, they are seen as interfering, what are you doing? But that's the key role of the media. But over and above that, the media offers platforms. And I'm glad to note URA actually uses a lot of this platform. And many of you may have noticed, even in our book, the newspaper, we have a forum where the Commissioner General answers questions. Now, that is very, very important. Now, people realize that the Commissioner General is available to answer questions the way he was answering questions here. So people bring the questions, and the good thing is that URA is willing to bring out to answer these questions. So it's been key. And we do also cooperate with agencies, the anti-corruption agencies. Practically every one of them, we have a way of coordinating with them, of working with them, because being in the media, once you've become a credible media house, you get a lot of information. You get a lot of tips. Some you investigate up to conclusions. Others you investigate and you're almost sure, but if you publish, you do not have enough information that in case these people took you to court, that you would survive. And you don't have the authority, like some of you have, the authority given to you by the law to demand for certain information. So some of the anti-corruption agencies work to a level where they take a lot of what we have and they work with it, and it helps in the fight against corruption. We all need a corrupt-free environment. Everyone wants to be happy. Isn't that the measure of success? And how do you become happy? When you know that in your closet there are things that somebody passing, you think, oh, is that from URA? Recently we had a PACASA forum. It's a business forum. And our keynote speaker was Dr. Gobi, the Secretary to the Treasury. And he gave tips. And one of the tips he gave to the business community is that do your business and do not attract the attention of government. What did he mean? Do your business, pay your taxes so that URA is not coming to you. So it's everyone wants to be happy, and you will attain happiness when you live in an environment and you are complying with the laws and the rules of the game. Thank you very much.
Yes, I would like to propose another very huge round of applause for Mr. Gervas Ndianabo for sharing those words of wisdom. Indeed, those words can only encourage and strengthen us in this fight. We do have, as earlier introduced, a person representing one of our very crucial banking partners in Stanbic. And of course, Stanbic helps a lot when it comes to mobilizing the funds. A very good chunk of the Ugandan taxpayers pay through you. And Barbara is here to help us to appreciate how the banking sector can support URA in this fight against corruption, and how the sector is living up to the commitment of combating corruption. Take it away.
Thank you so much. And I'm glad to be here this morning. Beyond being representing Stanbic Bank and being one of the largest taxpayers, plus also being plus also meeting some of our clients here today. But there is also some historical part to this. My dad actually worked in URA very many years ago, and I'm sure there are people like the CG that he trained when they had just joined the URA. He also was part of the clearing and forwarding fraternity for some time before he retired. So he's retired now, and yes, I'm sure there's some who probably met him, benefited from his experience and knowledge. So I think for me it's a great opportunity to be here and speaking on matters that were at the center of his of his heart. He was really a man, he's still alive. I bless God for that. A man of integrity and who really believed in professionalism. So he embodied the values that URA is carrying along right now, the professionalism, integrity, plus also the patriotism. So I'm really glad to be here. I am equally a proponent of very good governance. I guess that comes with the role that I also play in the banking sector. And I think I would like to also put some numbers to what Mr. Indianabo mentioned when he said corruption is actually such a huge monster. I don't know if we're aware that Uganda, actually from a corruption index perspective, Uganda was actually ranked 26 out of 100, meaning it's a very highly corrupt country. Because at 100, you're the cleanest. Probably the country he took his children to is closer to 100. I don't know what country that is, but we are 26 according to Transparency International. And we are ranked 141 out of 180. So we are not doing well as a country. 141, we are at the tail end of the ranking. So we are not really doing very well. And that means collectively we have a part to play. And I guess some may wonder, how does corruption affect the private sector? And maybe specifically financial institutions. There's actually a huge impact because of the responsibility that we hold in terms of supporting government's efforts to curb corruption. And what part of the side effects of corruption, of course, is the loss of public trust. Because you have seen sometimes where there's been some financial institutions implicated in scandals that have happened outside the financial institution, but because we play as intermediaries, we collect, like he said, we collect your monies. So we support your transactions through our systems. So we have a fiduciary duty as financial institutions to ensure that the money that is coming through our systems is actually clean money. And you've seen sometimes financial institutions getting implicated because of corruption scandals. And what you may not know is that the impact of that is quite dire, because it impacts the trust of the public, it impacts our brand and reputation. We also have relationships beyond the country with some correspondent banks, with investors, with different parties. So when a bank is implicated, those relationships actually impacted. The amount of work we spend, the cost of compliance actually increases for us, because the amount of work we spend to rebuild that reputation, rebuild that trust for something that that happened outside the institution, but because we facilitated the transactions, is quite, it takes a lot from us. So, of course, what that invites is regulator scrutiny, potential fines and penalties, so the impact is huge. And we have a vested interest in ensuring that we support government's efforts to curb corruption. So maybe how do we do this as financial institutions? Of course, we are bound, again, back to what I said, we support your transactions. So we are bound by the anti-money laundering laws. And those anti-money laundering laws actually require us, one, to ensure that we have done effective due diligence on our clients. So we need to understand you. That's why we'll come back to you repeatedly from the time you opened your account, and over the duration of the relationship, we'll come to you and ask you to update your information. And I'm sure that's the same thing that URA does continuously. Update your information, let us understand who you are, let us understand your transactions, because we're also required to monitor your transactions. Let us understand what you're doing. So when your relationship managers reach out to you to explain your transactions, please be cooperative, because that is part of what we do to support government's efforts to curb corruption. Because we are at the tail end, the corruption could have already happened. We've heard of stories where people go behind, behind the institution's back to actually cut deals this money is going to come through the bank. So the bank is at the tail end of the process. But we still have a duty to ensure that that transaction is clean. So we've put in place the necessary systems, the necessary policy frameworks to ensure that this monitoring is actually done as it should be. And we report any suspicion to our regulator, that is the Financial Intelligence Authority. Of course, we know there is corporate interagency cooperation between the different the different law enforcement agencies with the Financial Intelligence Authority to actually follow up on any suspicions that we have raised. I think the other way that we support government's efforts is information sharing. Again, as taxpayers, you might sit there and say, you mean my information is going out? It's a legal duty. I'm sure the lawyers here can add more color to that. We are bound by the law to actually share information as and when we are required by our enforcement agencies and the URA for that matter, because sometimes they just want to understand, what the transaction. So that's how we support their efforts. I think the other thing that, of course, we do internally, I'm now going to go back, internally, how do we manage corruption? And I think that's to answer the second question. How do we deal with corruption within the bank? And Mr. Bola, I was seeing your statistics, they're quite worrying of the number of staff that are being laid off. 2025, 2024 is only a half year, and there are 29 people that have been let go because of corruption. Sorry? Yeah, that's true. I think the other thing, and it's not worrying I'm not saying it's bad, it's good that we weed out the bad apples, but maybe we need to start thinking about how do we start to shift the culture, which I think speaks to prevent. How do we start to shift the culture so that we have less and less people? Because I understand in a financial institution, we deal with money. So people are tempted. Even people who come in clean sometimes get tempted along the way. So we have had to put in a lot of work to shift the culture. We don't always, there will always be collusion. There will always be those people who want to do the wrong thing. But we have seen the benefits of actually being intentional about culture. That means how we communicate, how we emphasize our values. Is there a leader commitment? And I can see from the CJ's note, even the fact that we are here today in an integrity forum. And also, I was very impressed when Mr. Bola and his team contacted us to say, we want to benchmark against what Stanbic Bank is doing from a compliance, conduct perspective. How are you able to get your employees to be compliant, to weed out any corruption tendencies? I think that's a positive step. I've not seen any other government agency. Actually, maybe they've done that with other institutions, but I have not seen that kind of desire to get things right, so which is good. So once there is leader commitment, shifting culture is going to be the thing that is going to help our institutions going forward, because we cannot keep firing people all the time. If they've done the wrong thing, we have to, but we cannot just keep doing that. There are things that we must do to change that, and those are some of the things that we've done internally within Stanbic, just to ensure that we work on culture. And we have very many policies that actually support us. We actually have a policy where we need to, where staff, it's called prevention of facilitation of tax evasion. And it's not your evasion per se, but say, I shouldn't be able to help, for example, a vendor of the bank evade tax, because maybe someone might say, instead of giving me this, invoicing this, give me this in cash, let's invoice 20 million because I don't want to be taxed, I'll be taxed. So our staff are also bound by those policies that you cannot support a client to facilitate tax. Or even within the institution that we operate, you cannot do things that will result in the institution actually evading taxes. So very many policies that we are bound by. There is anti-bribery and corruption, and we have specifics around that. You cannot accept cash gifts, but we also have the systems that support some of these processes where staff are actually required to declare on an annual basis your outside business interests. You're supposed to declare your gifts and entertainment. You're supposed to declare, you know, basically we want to manage conflicts of interest because that is where people start to get corrupt when we don't manage that. Given that we're in the business of money, it's important that those policies are put in place, but those policies are supported by systems and processes that have been established. And really looking forward to continue working with Mr. Bola and team in terms of, you know, just just walking the journey with them in terms of, you know, how we are doing it in the private sector. Those can be, you know, utilized in the public sector. I think the other thing I wanted to make comment on, besides my question, was whistleblowing. I noted your whistleblowing hotlines are tagged to a Ugandan number, and I don't know how many whistleblowers you get, but one of the things that we have done is to externalize a whistleblowing hotline. So a whistleblowing hotline sits in South Africa. It's managed by an external audit firm, and there is complete independence in that process. It's interesting that even with that externalization, there is still a little levels of mistrust to say, if I report, am I sure that I will not be discovered? So I can imagine what it is for a localized whistleblowing hotline that probably goes to a specific number. Just food for thought, that it might be helpful to actually think about it differently. Maybe you'll be getting a lot more whistleblowers, but how do you also amplify that message to the public? You can whistleblow here. I see NSSF has done quite a good job in terms of, you know, report your employer. And it's all over, these adverts and things like that. But I think it would be food for thought to say, how do we think about our whistleblowing differently to create the perception of complete independence, so that maybe there is more utilization going forward. So thank you. Those would be my remarks.
I must say this to you, Barbara. Must have been 2019 when they were launching the URA Tower. The president of Uganda, His Excellency Yoweri Museveni, spoke of your father. Yes, he was telling us about the need to make sure that the tower is holy ground. And he made mention of your father's name as one of the people that he personally recruited to kickstart Uganda Revenue Authority. And the reason why he singled him out from the many Ugandans that he knew back then, he said, was his outstanding level of integrity. Hearing you here, I must say that this is a full circle moment, and your father must be very proud. A very huge round of applause for Barbara. And the next question that I'm fielding to our panelists, this is the last question, then I'll open it up for the House to, you know, have a couple of questions to run by you, is a question that is going to Mr. Xavier, or Xavier. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. But the question is, what is the role of the public in the fight against corruption? Also, additionally, how can we create more Dokorias in Uganda, for lack of a better word?
Thank you so much. I apologize sincerely for coming late. We are in an anti-corruption week, and there are lots of things that we're engaged in. And I have no excuse but really to apologize for being here rather late. My name is Xavier Ejoyi. I work with ActionAid International Uganda, an NGO, among others, focuses on issues of people-centered governance and accountability for service delivery. That focus of work makes us do work around anti-corruption. It's one of our core areas. We focus on, from both accountability point of view, which involves naming and shaming the corrupt, but we also facilitate identification of men and women of integrity in this country who are serving in public service. We have no apologies to make for being very bold and sometimes radical about our stand on corruption, because in this country, corruption impacts the vulnerable people. It holds them in a bondage of poverty, and for URA, it is the thing that stops you from realizing your targets, because the resources are not well distributed for you to have a broader tax base, if you want to take it from that perspective. Now, the role of the public, first, corruption has many contributory factors, but I want to reduce it to two core things that I want to prefer talking about. One of them is impunity. People who know the law, who are responsible for the law, either making the law or implementing the law and policies and guidelines and so on, but instead they turn around, they use their position to abuse the law, to disregard the law, and do things that turn around public resources into their private gain. They are the people who will make a phone call and say, do you know who you are talking to? Those are the people who are acting with impunity. So that's one cause of corruption in Uganda. The second cause of corruption is citizen apathy. You know, in Uganda, if you move on the streets and hear somebody say, this is Uganda, what they're actually telling you is that we are used to our mediocrity, we are used to paying bribes, we are used to paying kickbacks, and this is how things work in Uganda generally. So when they tell you this is Uganda, they are reminding you that there is an undercover way of doing things in Uganda. The normal formal processes do not work. That is what they mean when they say this is Uganda. In other words, don't you know that you're supposed to pay a kickback to have your way through? Don't you know that to skip the queues, you need to pay a bribe? Don't you know that rather than following traffic regulations, you should just hand over a 5,000 shilling note to a police officer? Don't you know this? This is how things work in Uganda. That is the citizen complacency, the citizens' attitude, the citizens' apathy, meaning they have resigned to fate. They're like, no, we can't do anything about this. This corruption is here to stay with us. Let's just enjoy it and let's find our way around it. That is another cause of corruption. I want to talk about, just speak about, mirror a story for URA. In the United States of America, if a public officer is caught in corruption or is implicated in corruption, the first state officials to visit that public officer are not police, FBI, or investigators. They are IRS officials, Inland Revenue Services, the URA of the United States of America. They first go and tax the stolen loot, they tax it. they find them, they recover the loot, they prosecute them, and then there's what they call debarring. Debarring means that you can no longer work for any taxpayer-funded entity in the United States of America. That's how costly corruption is. Could we do that here? Start taxing the loot, recover it, fine them, prosecute them, and debar them. You know, corruption thrives in an environment where people think that it pays to be corrupt. Each one of us has a responsibility wherever we stand to fight corruption and not give room for the corrupt. Now, what's the role of the public in the fight against corruption? In 1945, after the Second World War, Germany, in Germany where Jews were really executed in very nasty ways, over 7 million Jews were killed. And there was now a question in Germany. What is the responsibility for the killing of 7 million Jews? And there is a professor, a religious leader or theologian, who wrote a book called The Question of German Guilt. He says that all Germans are guilty. We can actually apportion the guilt. And he says there are 4 ways in which to apportion the guilt. He says, number 1, as Germans, we are criminally guilty. That there are people who led the execution or commanded the execution of the Jews. They can actually be identified. Their acts can be proven as a violation of the law beyond reasonable doubt. They can be prosecuted and locked up or executed. That's criminal guilt. Number 2, he said there is political guilt, that there were orders that were given by leaders who were acting on behalf of the citizens of Germany, and that they are politically guilty. You may not prove their guilt through the law like you do for crime, but there is political guilt. Number 3, he said there is moral guilt. Germans who stood by in admiration, perhaps nodded and says the Jews deserved it, as their leaders executed the orders, are morally guilty. And the final area of guilt where he said, the fact that Germans were made by whoever their maker is, perhaps for Christians it was God, that they have something that they owe their maker, and that is what he called metaphysical or spiritual guilt. That at the end of it all, this might not be proven legally in a court of law, but they have to settle matters with their maker. And that is how Karl Jaspers described the question of German guilt. Why do I bring that today? We are all guilty of corruption in Uganda. Number 1, there are those who put their hands in the public cookie jar, take part of it, build apartments, buy fleet of cars, and so on. And they can be proven having broken the law. They are criminally guilty. They must be pursued, prosecuted, locked up, the assets acquired of ill-gotten wealth recovered. Number 2, there's political guilt. You've seen how our politicians are acting these days. They are even now making laws that facilitate loot, moving resources from public coffers, the ones the URA staff toil to collect, transferring it to their private enterprises, and so on. Or their failure to take leadership in the fight against corruption is actually facilitating other people in becoming corrupt. And so they must be held politically responsible because they have political guilt. Number 3, which is largely, and by the way, for number 2, citizens or the public are actually also politically guilty for re-electing leaders who are known to be politically guilty of corruption. Those who celebrate near courts, the anti-corruption court, when bail is given to a politician who's been implicated in corruption, those citizens are politically guilty for not being conscious of their role as citizens. Number 3 is about moral guilt. Citizens are morally guilty of standing by, admiring. Our colleague there talked about religious leaders. You know, entertaining, giving front row seats for those who are criminally guilty of corruption. In the church, in the mosque, giving them front row seats, allowing them to donate to in a fundraising event for the construction of God's house, of their ill-gotten wealth, sort of clearly money laundering in the church, in religious institutions. That is morally guilty. They are morally guilty. And so allowing the corrupt to act in our name and owning that guilt makes us too guilty. And finally, we need to reflect of our Maker. That when we are stealing money meant for a hospital, a health center, a road, a school, and we're putting it in our apartments, our arcades, it is actually something not just affecting us as humans, but affecting a relationship that one day we will have to confront our Maker. And for now, we are morally guilty. Now, allow me to end by this. As citizens, we need to, or public, as the question was asked, the first thing that we need is really the civic consciousness or awareness that is necessary to fight corruption. We need to acquire that by acquiring knowledge, seek accurate and full information about the laws in the fight against corruption. One of them is actually Article 17 of our Constitution, which empowers citizens. 17, number 1I, says citizens have a role in the fight against corruption. It is a duty of citizens to fight corruption. And so taking that role seriously is something that citizens need to do. We need to vote wisely and vote out the corrupt. We need to demand transparency and accountability from state public accountability institutions. That is civic consciousness. But we also need to pay taxes. We need to pay our fair share of taxes. Action Aid, together with other NGOs under the Tax Justice Alliance, we advocate for every citizen, individual or corporate, to pay their fair share of taxes. Many times we are let down when we go into a hotel, for example, and we are taking the services, let's say, of this hall, conferencing facilities. When the invoice comes, it is stamped VAT exempt. We wonder, how can VAT, which is paid by the consumers of the service, be exempted? We are willing to pay it. Why is URA exempting the service provider who we pay the tax? Actually, they are the ones collecting the tax on our behalf. Why are you exempting them, denying us our obligation to pay taxes? We ask that question. And there are a number of other things where we see, especially corporates, multinationals, who are exempted of taxation, denying us, the public, especially the citizens, the right to pay taxes, but also demanding that every citizen, everyone doing business in Uganda, must pay their fair share of taxes. And that's something that, as the public, we do. We promote social or positive social norms. We are not apologetic about naming and shaming corrupt people, calling them out. And as I said, people usually say that, no, they are not yet proven corrupt. It is the courts of law. As I said earlier on, that's criminal guilt. We are not responsible for criminal guilt. We are responsible for moral guilt. We can say, you are corrupt. And we don't have to prove it in a court of law. The courts can do it. The lawyers can chase after that. But morally, there's nothing that bars me from doing that. Politically, nothing bars the citizen or the public from doing that. I'm not breaking the law or advocating for breaking the law. We believe in a due process of the law. But I'm saying guilt is not necessarily criminal or legal, worthy of prosecution. There's guilt that is moral. Okay? Even animals understand it. If you have a dog in the house and one of them steals meat, dogs in the house, one of them steals meat, you don't need to start looking for and checking which one is eating meat. Just pick a stick. The guilty dog will take off. It will start running. And that is how we know it. I grew up in a village, I know these things. So there is moral guilt, and we need to take use of that and not necessarily hide under the niceties of the law and say that, it's courts have not proven. People are losing education, health care, livelihood, and their lives. And I think that as citizens, we can do better. We can name and shame the corrupt. We can tell them to their face, question them. Because today in Uganda, we have the basic infrastructure that is necessary to address the issue of corruption. And as the public, we need to step up where especially the mandated institutions are either too shy or too organized to fight corruption. Those who are affected, because corruption affects the public largely, must take up that role and ensure that they're contributing in the fight against corruption. Thank you.
A more powerful round of applause for Mr. Xavier. He said, grab the stick and you will see the guilty dog running off. It doesn't get more clear than that, if you asked me. Thank you so much, sir, for that submission. I would like to invite Grace to come and give us one energizer as we give our panelists a minute, but believe you me, they are not going anywhere because the conversation is now open to you. If you do have a question for any one of our panelists, the next session is yours, and it is the session that we purposefully.
Thank you, Solomon. Let's all stand up kindly. Yes. I think the panelists need to be part of this before they leave as well. But from wherever, we've already stretched. This one is about why we are here. URA stands for one of the slogans that we stand for under the pillar of integrity is zero tolerance to corruption. Let's go. Zero tolerance to corruption. Today we are in the central. We are all, someone is doing something that I love already. We are all in the central today, but as agents, as stakeholders, we are working in the north, we are working in the east, we are working in the south. So when I say integrity, we go zero tolerance to corruption in the north. Is that okay? All right? Integrity, zero tolerance to corruption in the north. Integrity, zero tolerance to corruption in the east. You keep changing the arms, okay? Integrity, zero tolerance to corruption in the south. Integrity, zero tolerance to corruption in the west. And lastly, integrity, zero tolerance to corruption in central. Thank you so much.
Thank you so
I
much.
think this
Grace.
is the moment when we take a casual break for those of us who want to use the bathroom, and then we come back and conclude the session.
Okubidde n'ongamba nti bakusabye omusulo mungi okusinza kusere z'olina. Ogwo ngukwatangamu.
Layira.
Kiwedde. Ennanga okikakasa. Sasula busasuzi kange. Ketwakkiriziganyisa.
Nga neeyanziza.
Ebali.
Sebo, lwaki omukyalo omubuzaabuza?
Ate ntya?
Kikyamu nnyo omusuubuzi okulowooza nti osobola okusasula omusolo omutono okuva ku ogwo ogwaggerekebwa. Eyo banguzi. Ate lomaliza osasudde engaso olw'obutaba mwerufu. URA erina enteekateeka eyamba omusuubuzi akaluubiziddwa okusasula omusolo omugerekeddwa mu bujjuvu ng'osobola ogusasula mu bitundutundu okutuusa lw'ogumalayo.
Ekyo nga kirungi. Naye kati laba omusajja abbye ssente zange.
Lompa enguzi mu URA ng'okozesa ennamba z'essimu ezitali za kusasulira. Uganda Revenue Authority. Tukulaakulanyize wamu Uganda.
Madamu, okubidde n'ongamba nti bakusabye omusulo mungi okusinza kusere z'olina. Ogwo ngukwatangamu.
Layira.
Kiwedde.
Ennanga okikakasa.
Sasula busasuzi kange.
Nga
Ketwakkiriziganyisa.
neeyanziza.
Ebali.
Sebo, lwaki omukyalo omubuzaabuza?
Ate ntya?
Kikyamu nnyo omusuubuzi okulowooza nti osobola okusasula omusolo omutono okuva ku
Ogwo ngukwatangamu.
Layira.
Kiwedde.
Ennanga okikakasa.
Sasula busasuzi kange.
Nga
Ketwakkiriziganyisa.
neeyanziza.
Ebali.
Sebo, lwaki omukyalo omubuzaabuza?
Ate ntya?
Kikyamu nnyo omusuubuzi okulowooza nti osobola okusasula omusolo omutono okuva ku ogwo ogwaggerekebwa. Eyo banguzi. Ate lomaliza osasudde engaso olw'obutaba mwerufu. URA erina enteekateeka eyamba omusuubuzi akaluubiziddwa okusasula omusolo omugerekeddwa mu bujjuvu ng'osobola ogusasula mu bitundutundu okutuusa lw'ogumalayo.
Ekyo nga kirungi. Naye kati laba omusajja abbye ssente zange.
Lompa enguzi mu URA ng'okozesa ennamba z'essimu ezitali za kusasulira. Uganda Revenue Authority. Tukulaakulanyize wamu Uganda.
Nyabo. Wanga bigatali ka business. Nibi omusulo bikubuzaabuza.
Ekikulu n'abalimba bangi nnyo mu nsonga zino ez'emisolo kwegamba n'oba nga tomanyi kituufu kye kiruwa.
Nyabo, ofunye omuntu omutuufu.
Okikakasa.
Naye tugataleka nti ennamba. Yakufunye emitwalo 3, abalala no bonzi bafunye ku 8, 7. Ne gwe mpaye ebitwalo aga 3 gokka tandikirawo.
Neesiimye.
Musajja wange, lwaki omukyalo omubuzaabuza? Abawi b'omusolo balina okumanya nti olina kusasula ssente okuwa ttiini.
Ate ng'ako mbadde sikamanyi.
Ekyo kya bwereere. Osobola n'okuapulayinga n'ofuna kye tuyita instant team.
Lompa enguzi mu URA ng'okozesa ennamba z'essimu ezitali za kusasulira. Uganda Revenue Authority. Tukulaakulanyize wamu Uganda.
You see, those of us with small businesses, I mean those who earn between 10 million to 150 million, all we pay in tax per year is from like 1 shilling to 900,000 shillings maximum. So that our businesses can grow. But you need to have records so that your business is assessed to the amount that is comfortable for your business. Otherwise, they will have to assume the tax. They might find you in a beautiful building, you have nice setup, the decor is looking nice. Kumbe, the business has you here and here. Remember, you should never pay anything more than 900,000 shillings in presumptive tax.
To report corruption, call URA on our toll-free lines. Uganda Revenue Authority, developing Uganda together. No taxpayer should be treated like a thief just because they haven't fully paid their taxes. At URA, we believe in fairness and respect. If you're struggling to pay your taxes, remember that you have rights. URA offers payment plans to help you pay your taxes in manageable installments. There's no need for fear or force. Stand up for your rights. If you're being treated unfairly, report it. And remember, URA is here to work with you, not against you. To report any unfair treatment, call URA on our toll-free lines. Uganda Revenue Authority, developing Uganda together.
Madam, okubidde n'ongamba nti bakusabye omusulo mungi okusinza kusere z'olina. Ogwo ngukwatangamu.
Layira.
Kiwedde.
Ennanga okikakasa.
Sasula busasuzi kange
Nga
ketwakkiriziganyisa.
neeyanziza.
Ebali.
Sebo, lwaki omukyalo omubuzaabuza
ate ntya
kikyamu nnyo omusuubuzi okulowooza nti osobola okusasula omusolo omutono okuva ku ogwo ogwaggerekebwa eyo ebanguzi ate era omaliza osasudde engaso olw'obutaba mwerufu URA erina enteekateeka eyamba omusuubuzi akaluubiziddwa okusasula omusolo omugerekeddwa mu bujjuvu ng'osobola ogusasula mu bitundutundu okutuusa lw'ogumalayo.
ekyo nga kirungi naye kati laba omusajja abbye ssente zange.
loopa enguzi mu URA ng'okozesa ennamba z'essimu ezitali za kusasulira. Uganda Revenue Authority, tukulaakulanyize wamu Uganda.
Nyabo wanga bikatalika bizinesi nibi omusolo bikubuzaabuza.
ekikulu n'abalimba bangi nnyo mu nsonga zino ez'emisolo kwegamba n'oba nga tumanyi kituufu kyekiruwa.
Nyabo ofunye omuntu omutuufu
okikakasa
naye tugataleka nti ennamba gakufunye emitwalo 3 abalano bonzi bafunye ku 87 ne gwe empaye emitwalo 3 gokka tandikirawo.
neesiimye
musajja wati lwaki omukyalo omubuzaabuza abawi b'omusolo balina okumanya nti olina kusasula ssente okuwa ttiini
ate nga kombadde sikamanyi
ekyo kyabwereere osobola n'okwapulayinga n'okufuna kye tuyita instant team.
loopa enguzi mu URA ng'okozesa ennamba z'essimu ezitali za kusasulira. Uganda Revenue Authority, tukulaakulanyize wamu Uganda.
You see, those of us with small businesses, I mean those who earn between 10 million to
Madam, okubidde n'ongamba nti bakusabye omusolo mungi okusinza ssente z'olina. Ogwo ngukwatangamu.
layira
Kiwedde.
ennanga okikakasa
Sasula busasuzi kange ke twakkiriziganyizza.
neeyanzizza.
Webale.
Sebo, lwaki omukyalo omubuzaabuza
Ate ntya
kikyamu nnyo omusuubuzi okulowooza nti osobola okusasula omusolo omutono okuva ku ogwo ogwaggerekebwa eyo ebanguzi ate era omaliza osasudde engaso olw'obutaba mwerufu. URA erina enteekateeka eyamba omusuubuzi akaluubiziddwa okusasula omusolo
A question to anybody on the panel so that we are able to appreciate the conversation much deeper. We already have a hand. Yourself, if you're coming from, say, an organization, you tell us the name of the organization and then you fire away.
Thank you very much. My name is Deyongera Jimmy. My question, I don't know whether it's the other lady, but maybe when I raise it, somebody will know to whom it belongs. When you were talking about education and discipline, you gave us a data of the cases you have been handling. And the first case in 2019-2020 was as low as 16. The second year, it shot up to 26. The third year, it drastically came to 5. From 5, it shot to 25. And this year, halfway through, we are 29. Maybe by the end of the year, it will be 36. That is a steady arithmetic progression of cases of indiscipline and maybe corruption as detected in the organization. What does the statistics indicate to us? Maybe the education is not sufficient enough. People are not picking the education in the organization seriously. Maybe the disciplinary measures are not deterrent enough. The way I see the curve now rising and going steadily, the question is there any effort within the organization to look at these statistics and revise the methods of handling them to deter this steady progression in corruption and indiscipline? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm called Musime Deus. I operate downtown Chikubo Business Center or Chikubo Business Community. I'm a clearing agent. Mr. Sado, I'm a clearing agent without a license. So I don't know those who are being licensed, but I'm knocking your door soon. Yeah, because I think I'm supposed to be licensed because I'm able and I'm qualified. I think about corruption, we have talked and agencies have talked for sure, but we need to walk that talk. Because sincerely speaking, we are not going to act like, because we grew up hearing religious leaders who say that as I leave you to go after a service, go out and act as I've said, but not as you see me acting. So we want to see our people in high places, in high positions, acting their talk. Because when you talk about corruption, and at the end of the day, your issues or your statements and your acts to give out gospel information about corruption, stopping it. But when your actions are not really showing how corruption is being tackled by you yourself, really it does not work. And maybe another thing I need to talk about the waiver that has been given to us as traders and people in business. My issue about the waiver, as it was talked about by Mr. Natamba Pamira. Yes, the waiver, I think it was first brought to us in the financial year 2020, 2022, 2023, if I'm right. And I think it was ending 31st December 2023. But I think due to our cries to the president, it was brought up again because it was, I think the period was little. The 6 months period for the waiver then was little. And it had to be extended for another 6 months. And now my issue is, if initially it was 2022-2023, I think it was 1st July 2023 to 31st December 2023. If that was the initial time period for the waiver, now when it reoccurred, when it reappeared, why are you saying that the interest that lies after 1st July 2023? My call is, or my request was, or is, since the waiver has been brought back, and it is running from 1st July 2024 to 31st December 2024, may the interest that had accrued to 1st July 2024, may it be inclusive in the amount to be waived. Other than saying that we are going to waive the amount, you're going to take it back to 1st July 2023. So my request, still we have a little time to the waiver period end, but still that was my call. And now to the Stanbic, our dear sister, my issues about the URA agents notices. We are in a period where the agents notices are flowing like river water. And what does it mean to the banking sector? Because now, if agents notices are flowing like river water, it means me, your customer, what I've seen, the views I've had from the clients we are working with and other fellow business people, they have resorted to withdrawing their money from the bank accounts and to sleep with their money. stay with their money. They drive around with their money in their cars. They live with their money at their workplaces. So, as a banker or someone who is in that sector, I'm wondering, how are you going to cope up with the informal way of a businessman? How a businessman is going to live with his money or her money because of the threat being brought up by the agent's notices. Because with the agent's notices, like I've heard some of my fellow business people have been affected by that arrangement. The moment it is issued against your account, money can still be deposited on your account, but you're not allowed to withdraw money from that account. So we, the business people, we are running away from the banking sector. That is what it comes to. So I don't know how the banking sector is going to handle that in a sense of trying to bring back the trust from the business people. Though you said that the law mandates you to give out information to government sectors as when required. And to the media sector or fraternity, we had our long-time person who is experienced in that under the New Vision Group, has said that as media, there is little you can do towards stopping corruption. I really have to say to you, frankly, and our fellow business person who lost, I think there were around 10 to 20 cartons because she's an importer. She imported goods and gave in to a clearing agent to clear goods on her behalf. But at the end of the day, the goods which, after paying all the taxes, the goods which are delivered to her premises were less by, I think, there were around 10 or 9 cartons, the boxes of the items she had ordered for. I think after several ways that she tried out to recover her goods, following consultations with Uganda Revenue Authority, consultations with the clearing agent then, consultations with the ICD, the internal container depot where the goods were verified from, I think her promises or her requests had hit a hard drop. And I think she had given up. And guess what happened? Because through the social media platforms that we have, I think she wrote down her grievances. She tried to explain what went wrong and what went right through the transactions that she made and the taxes that she paid. Though in vain, she received goods less of what she expected. After all the police reports and investigations that were made, and she failed to recover her goods, I think it was through social media platforms, WhatsApp, Facebook, that information that she shared was shared further and reached URA departments, and it was to my interest and great pleasure that I saw information being raised by Uganda Revenue Authority, inviting the client, the business person, to come forward so that her grievances, her goods, they see how they can recover her goods, or they see what went wrong or what went right. And I was happy, and I had to appreciate the work done by the social media platforms. And that's how I have to come up and request, because amongst all the organizations which are here in this room today, I am sure all of us have social media platforms that are on, live, and running right now. And like now I'm talking, I think it is being live on either Facebook or Twitter. And now you get concerned to the fact that the government banned social media platforms, onto which some businesses are being run on social media platforms, onto which URA and other organizations are disseminating information via those social media platforms like Facebook or Twitter. To my surprise, even I think it is when Uganda Revenue Authority recently advertised. There was a link where they would ask, how did you know about the job opportunities that we disseminated?
I'm persuaded to indulge something that I typically...
It is actually not a question but a request, that since the government organizations are also embracing social media, those who could sit on the tables of negotiations for social media platforms which were closed to be open again, because even government organizations are using them still under illegal means. kindly, if you're reaching on that table of dialogue, tell whoever is responsible. Let Facebook and other platforms which are closed by government be open, because even government is using them and is benefiting from them. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your submissions and the questions. We are going to have 2 more, then we shall have our panelists respond, and thereafter we shall consider having another round if it is permissible, but time is really fast spent.
Please keep it short and brief, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, moderator.
One man, one question.
This is Semakula. I'm an educationist. This is about the lifestyle audit. I remember the IGG introduced this kind of act, wanted it to be enacted in our laws, but along the way it failed. And I think when you talk about zero tolerance, it can only be effected by using this style. Why don't you enforce this act into operation such that such institutions like banking institutions, URA police, so that we can really fight about corruption? So this is my question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Is someone in the corner ready with a question?
Thank you so much. I'm also being warned that I should be brief.
One man, one question.
Anyway, it is a Q&A. I don't think we should be asking our own questions and answer them. It is not a good way. But what I'm just simply trying to find out, and this question goes directly to Mr. Abola James. We know very well that URA has done a lot to really improve the integrity within the institution. But one thing still remains, 1 or 2, the level of honesty and the level of consistency. We get them because we also run systems where you go to one office, then you go to the other, expectations are very low and are different. In terms of valuation, we are having those issues. Values are inconsistent. Now, honesty is very, very important in terms of integrity. What is your stake on this? The second question is going to the theme, because we are here to help the efforts in enhancing all those measures that combat corruption and revenue leakages. The question which I'm asking is, what are the specific challenges you find in the process of executing the 5 pillars? I'm going to add the 5th one this afternoon. What challenges do you have so that when we go back, we go and think in terms of the way to help enhance them so that you achieve the necessary objectives? The last one is, when you look at the 5 pillars, ethical leadership, engaged clients, informed clients, resolute clients, and then the robust system. They tend to focus so much on the juniors. And I think it is the time that we also include something like exemplary leadership. We need the junior staff to stand up and say, I want to work and I want to be Mr. Abel Kagumire. Being exemplary encourages and it discourages the wrong beings, because I want to be that good person. Or you want to be like Mr. Ekweo, a director general. So I think we should inculcate that what? That culture. The last is what I shouldn't even be really bothering myself on. Really, churches don't encourage corruption. I'm a Sabakristu myself. I've been there for 15 years in that capacity. Churches preach against corruption. So we shouldn't really generalize that churches promote what? Corrupt tendencies. Thank you. I just wanted to bring that in substance. I'm a Catholic by faith anyway. Thank you so much. There's something we want to correct here.
The panelists can take care of those questions that have been submitted in the first round.
There's something we would like to correct. We are customs clearing agents and licensed by customs. And the gentleman here was saying that we should be liable or has to be arrested. My colleagues can attest. And the other correction is my colleague there, you are not a customs clearing agent when you are not licensed by customs of corruption on our side. Like I was saying, I will be a bit quick, that there are about 4 or 5 categories of people we work with. They are customs clearing agents. We are under the law that the CCD acts in. Then there are also tax agents. Those ones I think are more on the domestic tax side. Then we have consolidators. And then we have brokers. And then now we also have clearing agents. Why am I? Because mark that first word, customs clearing agents. There are other members who are clearing agents, but they are not customs clearing agents. So the biggest problem is with the last 3. And we have been appealing to customs also to find a way of handling consolidators so that that confusion comes out of the public. Because tax brokers, brokers and consolidators and others go out there and act in our names. And at times we won't deny them, they also bring us jobs. They go to our clients, they get work, they come and become our clients. So when I actually charge him 500,000, he goes to Mr. Lubega there and charges him 1 million. Here, because we have been appealing to URA, whenever there's an engagement, we should all be there. Customs agents and URA. So we are happy that we are here to clarify on those issues. There are a lot of other problems, but just like it was said that bad apples will always be there. But we are, as leaders of associations, we are working hand in hand with the URA to see that the bad apples go. We were the first to be engaged by Mr. Bola, and we gave in our proposals. I won't repeat them here, but we work hand in hand with customs. So any person who is here and would like to know about importation, the proper importation of goods, please go to URA. They will tell you the right clearing agents. We have associations. We have 3 associations: USIFA, FUCAF, and UFA. You can go to those associations and you identify a correct and right customs agent. I see my boss there. I mean, my client would want to react, but that is the bottom line of our work.
Thank you so much, sir. We didn't capture your name, though.
I'm called William Namtale. I'm the vice chairperson of Uganda Clearing Industry and Forwarding Association.
Thank you so much for that submission.
Rejoined.
I'm Irene Kamara. I'm the National Treasurer of UCIFA. My question goes to Madam Pamela. As a tax agent, I believe most of the people you interact with from our sector is after they have been issued an assessment. So when the assessments are raised and we object, when you go to the objection and appeals, some of these processes we find out as we move along in the department. When you object and appeal and an objection decision is given and they've denied, and then you have to move on to ADR, Alternative Dispute Resolution. Just before I get there, we don't usually engage your services because they are very costly for some of us. So when we go to Alternative Dispute Resolution, all this while we think we are intelligent enough to engage, sometimes decisions are made without engaging us, which defeats the purpose of alternative dispute resolution. My take on this would be, is it possible after objections and appeals, when the URA staff have rejected and made a decision, can we have a neutral party at ADR that is not a staff of URA to mediate? Because I think there would be some element of fairness. Because if URA has refused, they've raised an assessment which is unfair, I can prove, then I object, they refuse because I think they are collecting, then I go to ADR and I'm meeting the staff again. That's what I submit.
Thank you so much. We didn't capture your name, though.
I'm Irene Kamara.
Mr. Bola, some questions for Judge, or should I say clarity to be given. So let's take care of this.
Okay, thank you. I'll speak to two questions. One from the gentleman that asked about the voluntary disclosure mechanism that is in place. You're right, when it was first introduced, the payment cutoff was the 31st of December 2023. So if you paid your taxes outstanding, the tax that was outstanding as at 30th June 2023, and you paid it by the 31st of December 2023, you would then get a waiver for interest and penalties. That period was extended, which is the amnesty we have now, that's closing on the 31st of December 2024. And there were a number of reasons why it was extended, including some of the challenges that were happening around the ledger system with the URA. I won't go into the detail. So when the period was extended, the cutoff date for outstanding tax liabilities was not extended. So it still referred to the fact that if you had outstanding liabilities as at 30th June 2023, and you paid that tax by the 31st of December 2024, you get a waiver. So your question of why the period 1st July 2023 going forward, the tax that arises in that period is not taken care of, is because when that extension was given, it was still given in respect of liabilities that are in place for the period up to 30th June 2023. So in terms of URA implementing, they're implementing the law as it was recrafted at the point in time. As long as that tax is paid by the 31st of December 2024, you get the waiver. But any liabilities that then accumulated after the 30th of the URA's side, that is something they wouldn't be able to change. But again, if somebody from the URA here would like to comment on that, I'm happy for them to make a comment.
I just thought I would provide that clarity. Irene, on your question around ADR, and again, I don't want to speak on behalf of the URA. I can only give a rejoinder to what you have submitted. We have experienced the ADR as well. In terms of the process it takes, in terms of the period of time it takes, in terms of the fact that sometimes we've seen taxpayers lose their right to go to the next court of appeal or point of appeal, which is the Tax Appeals Tribunal, because they are waiting on the URA. And then by the time that process ends, it's probably beyond the 30 days that you have to go to the Tax Appeals Tribunal. We have engaged with the URA on that front. We've seen some shift in terms of how quickly the cases are being handled now. And I am hoping that, again, somebody from the URA here could speak to what more is being done on that front, because it's unfortunate to have a process that then ends up disadvantaging a taxpayer. And it goes back to a point I think that I made earlier in terms of us sometimes then ending up following the legalities instead of looking at the fairness of a situation. Because if I've come to the URA and I would like that ADR process to support me, it drags on, I lose my right to go to the Tax Appeals Tribunal. In all honesty, some fairness should apply somewhere. Around the question of, can we have an independent person? When the ADR was first introduced, our understanding was it's an independent team within the URA, so there's no external party, but it shouldn't be the same team that handled the audit that should be handling that dispute resolution process, which is what we have at the moment in terms of the teams that handle. I think the challenge sometimes is when then there is significant reliance on the work that was done in the audit, which then in the eyes of the taxpayer, and this is really feedback I get from the taxpayers, it doesn't look independent. And so the question is, how can URA help the taxpayers and the public trust that process, that it is actually independent? Because the feedback we continue getting is the feeling that it's not independent. The team that did the audit and the appeal ends up feeding the team that does the alternative disputes resolution. So again, if I would appreciate any additional comments from the URA. Irene, just to make a quick correction around what the tax agents do, they actually don't come in post the assessment. They do the preventive, where we work with taxpayers to try and help them to comply, to try and help them to identify risks and manage them before they transition into assessments. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pamela, for taking care of those questions. Let's have it from Reverend Dr. Jasper.
Yeah, I will answer 3, but related to charge and processes as a taxpayer. The last one on internal processes, there was a reflection when I was in IGG, because we would investigate or cause investigation, arrest or cause arrest, prosecute or cause prostitution. I mean, you are the agency that does all the above. The reflection was that if the investigator had a challenge, internally we will see how to sort it out, even during what? Prostitution. So what I would encourage URA to do is to see how those internal processes can independently be done, so that, the eye of URA disappears and the taxpayer feels that they are what? That they are safe. Then secondly, the powers we give our officers, the powers. I mean, agency notice, anybody, I'm using anybody in the courts, you find your account closed. When I met one of the commissioners one time, he was surprised. So internally maybe, and he helped of course, but internally maybe have those processes clear so that your officers do not abuse what? Because I mean, the law really protects URA. That's why the scope goes to 2010 and nobody's what? Nobody's challenging. But in the future, we need processes where commissioners are really in charge, especially of big taxpayers. You can see how to profile the rest. Then the second question on lifestyle audit. I wish I had time, because lifestyle audit, of course, commissioned by IGG, is good, but not very good. Why? Because it is a post-mortem. You are dealing with the dead body, on how to bury it, etc. doesn't help. And I wrote an article on that you see in Uganda, and you can get my 2 articles. One is on cash, how I can go to a bank, withdraw 2.5 billion, keep it at home, and it is stolen, then it is a case in court that they stole from me. In fact, okay, in my article I even said I encourage the thieves, not because I like stealing, but how can you withdraw 2.5 billion and take it home? Under which arrangement? In many countries, I have studied most countries, you don't go to China with above 20 million, equivalent in dollars. USA, you have more than $10,000, you can't pass the airport. Why? Because they are discouraging money laundering, but also a distortion of an economy. So I wrote an article on that. So if you can't control cash inflows and outflows, there is no way you can do a proper lifestyle audit. A lifestyle audit normally will target people who are even hard working. You have earned your money properly. The thief will not keep it internally here. They will take it outside. And I want to, of course, I thank God somehow, like NSSF is now connected to NILA, to all these frameworks, so that if Jasper is not paying taxes and is going to withdraw his NSSF, URA should know, so that you get it, so that there is a connection. And of course, I think there is work in progress, especially towards connecting my profile to my companies, then to whatever I do in banks, so that as a nation, we are actually protected, because we are now about to the 10th country where laundering takes place. I read an article where money came from UK, passed through Uganda to the Middle East. And you know what that means? You know why? Because we are open to what? We are really open generally to terrorism and money laundering. Yet we have a law. So that's about lifestyle audit. Final on church. Church and mosques, generally faith and religion. By the way, I'm the one finalizing the faith and religious policy in Uganda. And I know the discussion. The discussion is problematic because religious leaders, those of us in religion, do not want to be what? Transparent. Even the registration process is amiss, but nobody wants it to be proper. Why? Because, of course, we preach against the devil, but nobody will ever say that you see, okay, and Christ won't come as I am the devil. No. But the devil is in the detail. That you see, we enter churches, we enter mosques. The guest of honor was in the newspaper recently, having been indicted, not even really prostituted successfully. He entered Ruzira, then he comes back and is the guest of honor. To build what? So if I'm the one preaching that day, I may not target the person properly, but I would say like this Kenyan bishop who said, okay, money from you, and he mentioned the person who is the president of Kenya. Don't bring it anymore to my church. Whether that's good or not, I do not know. But I rather support that one than the one who keeps quiet. He mentioned him, Ben Hoofer. He said that the problem is that they came for Jews, I kept quiet. Came for Catholics, I kept quiet. Came for citizens, I kept quiet. When they came for me, I had nobody to talk. And that's the challenge of Ugandans. That yes, we have religious leaders, but very few of them will actually talk about corruption. My thesis for my first degree is preventive mechanisms in government against corruption. The second thesis, which is even more interesting, is church's response to corruption in Uganda. And I can assure you, the response is, I am benefiting. God bless you.
God bless you indeed. Let's give him a powerful round of applause. He's in a real battle. He's in a real battle with this thing. We appreciate. Mr. James Abola, you had quite a number of questions.
Yeah, thank you. Some of the issues were really comments for us for improvement and areas that we need to think deeply to address. But just on the issue of lifestyle audit, URA has an internal lifestyle audit policy, and we have been implementing lifestyle audit, and it is a very useful tool, Reverend Dr. Jasper. First of all, it scares the hell out of the corrupt. But two, it helps especially in the area of identifying illicit enrichment. I just have, it's contributing to the revenue collection, and we hope that we can extend it beyond the TAF. So as IGG is still
so Mr. Ekwao, the fifth pillar and the comment on exemplary leadership, we welcome. And you've actually said it at the right moment, because our strategy is ending and we're already in the process of what will be the new approach. So thank you very much for those proposals. Now let me go from the beginning so that I don't lose anything. Dale, on the statistics on termination and dismissals, that is actually just a portion of, one, the cases that were investigated, and two, that were heard by the disciplinary committee. So if we were to bring all investigated and all heard, you'd see more. What the CG talked about and what was displayed was the people whose work relationship with URA were severed because of a disciplinary committee decision. Now, this is where it becomes interesting. I was attending a meeting away, and I wondered, so at least for us we chase, for you, what are you doing? Okay? And then now when you chase, so then you wonder, fellows, what do you want us to do? When we don't do anything, you are unhappy. When we do much, you are unhappy. So what does it say? That the fight against corruption is really a thankless fight. You don't expect anybody to thank you. And I don't think it shows that URA is doing nothing. Now, the thing with, first of all, it should be showing that, one, our investigative capabilities has improved. Where we had 5 people, that was because of COVID, and really we had to slow down. You wouldn't be chasing people when COVID was chasing us. But now that COVID is over, we are really emphasizing zero tolerance to corruption. And you are right that this financial year, it will not end at 29. But you are wrong to think that it will end at about 35. It will certainly be more than that. Now, sometimes how corruption happens is that you have one case, but it is a syndicated case. that brings to question many people. And that is what we are seeing currently. And but also we are working on the preventive, yes, certainly. And but then the other thing is that it doesn't mean that a case that is heard this year, the action also took place this year. Yeah, so there is some time lag there, but we can have more discussions offline. I think then Deus, about working as an unlicensed clearing agent, I just want to comment that revenue administration is a highly regulated area, and it does you well to work within the law and not to work without the law, because especially in the area of customs, you might find yourself in court and the consequences that court give, and leave alone that you are not actually protected from your clients. So now that we are through the process of licensing, seek out the conditions, apply, and be licensed so that you can work within the law. You said leaders should walk the talk. I entirely agree with you. Pamela has already handled the issue of waiver. Maybe I just want to mention this, that given that the law came and then now an extension has been given, I would encourage that citizens take advantage of the remaining period of the extension. It is unlikely that we will see another waiver for a very, very long time. So I'm just talking like a person who should say it straight. So take advantage of the remaining weeks of December. Otherwise, you may regret. The agency notice, that's one of the tools that we have at our disposal, but like the Reverend Dr. Jasper says, it should be used properly, and we take the comment to see, check where there could be excesses so that it is stopped and stamped out. Okay, I think the other one I'll leave for the media person from Deus. And then, yes, on ADR, I think what I take is that we still have maybe two critical things to do. One, to communicate on the changes and improvements that we have made. But two, that there are areas of inadequacies that we need to address, because from August this year, the function was elevated. It is now under an assistant commissioner, and to create the and moved away from the oversight of the Commissioner of Domestic Taxes, so that we can have that independence that you cited. But the issues you talk about, the timeliness of decision making, and what Irene raised about the fairness, those are areas that we need to check and ensure that it is in place so that it serves the purpose that it is set for. So we are really going to do some soul searching and really checking to see that we address those weaknesses, but then also to communicate to the public. Sometimes you see people not taking advantage of the window because they just don't know. And by the time they know, it is too late, and it's really painful. Yeah, so we need to do better in the communication, but improving the management of the process. Yeah, then Mr. Ekwao again, you mentioned about honesty and consistency. I want to take that as a challenge, as a recommendation for improvement. It calls for a lot of things. We have improved our performance management approach so that we can have the consistency. We are improving on our processes and systems so that decisions such as valuation, you don't have varying decisions depending on which officer you approach. But then there are also other things that we are still grappling with. There are areas where we are short on staff, but we are going through a recruitment process. But after getting them, we need to train them and skill them so that the decision making is proper. But the critical area is really in the supervision of the officers, so that when there are these discordant decisions, we catch them early at the supervisory level. And we are doing that through the performance management process. It is unfortunate that it is still impacting on clients, but we should be seeing improvement as we go along. Thank you. Let me hand it over to my neighbor here. Why aren't you, the media, fighting corruption vigorously?
Thank you. I think Deus's question is, he starts from the impression, I may have created the impression that the media has very little to do in fighting corruption. If I did create that impression, I want to withdraw it, I want to apologize. Because the media actually can and does a lot in combating corruption. I talked about the media being a watchdog. I may have used a different term. It's a big watchdog of public interest. That's a big one. And it does that by exposing corruption through, I talked about investigative journalism. That's key. And I can assure you, if you splash a story in a newspaper, for example, it doesn't even have to be on the first page. Action gets taken. What I meant was that it's not us take the action, but we do that and then other people take action. But it does a big thing of exposing corruption, of public awareness and education. And I also talked about the collaboration that we have with the anti-corruption agencies. So for the sake of clarifying this, the media does play a very, very crucial role. And you personally also added what is done by even social media. Now, if social media can do that, how about the established and even more trusted media? Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. I guess we have responded to all the questions.
Just one more,
okay,
but it's short.
Okay.
I think he had, Deus had talked about how the taxpayers are now moving with their money in their cars because of agency notices. Well, unfortunately, we are bound by the law to comply. So our assumption is that by the time URA issues, and I said assumption, issues an agency notice with the bank, there's been conversations and agreements with the taxpayer. But many times I think that's not usually the case. But, well, once we receive this agency notice, it's an instruction on the bank to actually pay direct to your payment. So there is not so much we can do about it, but also just to clarify is we lien the amount that is due to URA. So if, for example, you have 50 million on your account and 20 million is due to URA, that's the amount that we're going to lien. And then you have access
to any other money that is available. So it's unfortunate that the unintended consequence has been that people start to move with their money in their cars, but it's also beyond our control because we are bound by a law that we must comply with.
Thank you so much, Barbara.
I
Yes.
think the issue about agency notice is that URA should be responsible when it issues. And that one I can give the commitment that the CG has instructed all of us that issues of agency notice, closures, don't take it carelessly. Yeah, so those who do it carelessly, I might be conversing with them internally. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Can we appreciate the panelists for responding to all our questions? Yeah. Okay, so, you sure? Okay, let's have one more. I see a burning hand there. But we're only going to talk about things that we have not heard. So, if anything has been mentioned, please don't mention it again. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I am Al-Hajj Shabani Nkoto. Proudly, in business, I am a clearing agent since July 1996. Mine is not a question, but rather a concern. James, as you are answering some of the concerns on table, it reminded me of a scenario that touches integrity in URA. I have seen, witnessed, and observed clearly scenarios whereby an officer commits an offense and the person being held accountable for sleeping on the job is a manager. The supervisor is jumped. You wonder what kind of integrity this is. If it is an officer being held accountable for loss in URA, there is an immediate supervisor. And above the supervisor, there is a manager. You chase an officer, you jump a supervisor, you go for the manager. It's been disturbing my brain, but I leave it to that. Agency notices and outstandings on the side of clearing agents. Still, there is a concern there that has been disturbing my understanding. A clearing agent, or a customs clearing agent, performs on behalf of the commissioner, customs, and is licensed by the commissioner, customs. A customs clearing agent getting a reward monetary from the commissioner, customs, for doing a good job. When Ministry of Finance gives an exemption, tax exemption, to taxpayer A, and finance fails to remit the taxes in time, the commissioner, customs, will go for the clearing agent for an exemption. Why? Because the Commissioner Customs will not go for his bosses, Minister of Finance. We look for a soft spot who is a clearing agent directly under his control. So they will punch the clearing agent into submission to even accept what you don't understand. When, for example, Commissioner Customs allows goods to be delivered provisionally or using a CB10, and there arises an outstanding, there is an insurance company, there is a commissioner who gave this permission, they will still go for a clearing agent. I said it is a concern, not a question. In the beginning, I was very clear about that. Now, some of these are issues that we need to address to make it fair, accountable, and to really raise the table of integrity in the execution of work. The last and final, I have been a public servant. I have known how officers, for example, get into acting capacity. When an officer gets into an acting capacity and is there for some time, is performing duties. One, still integrity, which is the issue for the day. It encourages the junior officers that if your integrity is not under question, you cannot hold an office in an acting position and maybe get confirmed in that office. When you don't get confirmed into an office where you've been acting, two things will happen. One, either you have been doubted for performance. Two, you are not inspiring enough to the authorities. And maybe you have not performed to the expectation. Every time you are in an acting position, and this position of yours where you're acting is advertised, it eats away the morale of the junior officers. We are talking about integrity today. I would have said this in front of the Commissioner General, unfortunately he has left. Some of these seemingly competent officers that have grown through the ranks, they get to offices, they act very well in the public eye, let them get confirmed. Thank you so much. I know the time is done. Like I said, I am Shaban Nkutu.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shaban Nkutu, for that submission. Gloria, over to you.
Gloria, could I just guide? I think there's an issue where maybe Commissioner Abel can address the other issues as he makes the summative remarks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I invite Commissioner Abel to give his remarks as he addresses some of the issues here.
Thank you so much, our dear panelists. I want to start with the some of the issues raised by Alhaji Shaban Nkutu. One is that we have an internal disciplinary mechanism which we really follow before a decision is made, whether on a manager or a supervisor or an officer. Make a decision without an investigation. So there is always an investigation. So internally, that's how we work. I think by the time that decision was made, the due process was followed. But if you feel maybe there was lack of integrity in the process, it is something we can follow up after here. But the issue of the actings, we have policies at Uganda Revenue Authority again, which we follow. And they tie into recruitment. It's a recruitment policy, there is a transfer policy. We follow them to the letter. If someone has acted, there is no policy which immediately says you are confirmed immediately. There is some process you go through the interviews, but you are given that opportunity to face the panel and defend yourself and go through the due process. That's how transparent it is. But if you have a specific area where you think someone has acted and maybe unfairly was not given an opportunity to be interviewed, it's an area we can also look at. And if it is a policy review that we need to do, we can also look into that. But we accept that feedback that you've given us. But that's how best I can respond to that issue. Before I make my concluding remarks, I wanted Haja Sadu. It's like today you are the main man in this Integrity Forum. I don't know whether because Ebola has taken most of your staff to come and address a few issues that they touched, and then I make my concluding remarks. But I also want to thank the senior management colleagues who have stayed around for some good time. Haji, 1 minute, and you address some of the customs issues that have come up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abel, and thank you very much our clients and guests. I know each one of you here is a client of Uganda Revenue Authority in one way or another. Like I earlier mentioned, indeed, there is a problem with the clearance of international trade. And it is not a one-man show, but all of us. The biggest problem we have now is when we call the importers or the clients who bring cargo, and they don't turn up for sensitization to know exactly how to do business. And they end up delegating to brokers who con them, and then they get back to URA. So the issue of fighting corruption, you can only do so if you have the information. If you don't have information, it will be very difficult for you to help us in the fight against corruption. A person imports 1 ton of cargo, he hands it over to a person he doesn't know. He hasn't given him a paper to acknowledge receipt of the goods that he has bought. The person he hands over cargo puts the cargo in their names. The cargo reaches, sometimes cleared, sometimes not. When he reaches here, the other person whom now is the owner of the cargo, as far as customs is concerned, the person who appears on the bill of lading is the owner of the cargo. So the issue of corruption, it is to fight it, we need to work. but we are ready to work to fight this vice, and we should do it together. There are avenues of bringing them to book. If it is our officers who have breached the code of conduct, there is a process to bring them to book. So that is my major appeal. Yes, the issues of valuation are still with us. But like I said, 75% of the cargo goes cleared with the documents presented by the importers. But the SMEs, the individuals, that receipt you receive in Dubai is equally important. To hide it, and customs has to determine the do so, we have to do it fairly. That whereas you bought your jacket at $2 and you hid your receipt you received in Dubai, I'll charge you fairly the same value I'll give the one who has of $4. So the issue of documentation is about integrity. Present the correct documents, we evaluate them. There are avenues to authenticate those documents, whether they are truthful, and 75% of our taxpayers go with those documents. So the issue is about information, how you document what you buy. But because you know what you have bought, those things is higher than what I'm going to give you, then you hide the documents. And then when I give you, because you bought at $4, when I give you $3, you feel it is still high, yet you have hidden the one of $4. So we are working together, developing a database, but remember in international trade, the values are valid for a maximum of 3 months. Because it is a live environment. What you bought today will not stay for 4 years. No. Every 3 months we shall be reviewing according to the market environment. So when you go and say, in June you gave me $2, now you are giving me 2.4. Yes, it is correct, because trade is dynamic. So those issues we shall continue to discuss in the forums. It can't be done all here, but when we call you, please come and attend the sensitization. We had a financial literacy campaign. Very few people would turn up. And yet you are the person who owns this money, and you delegate your money to be managed by others, and when they do, they will do it very well and take a lion's share. When you come to the Commissioner of Customs and say, I paid 20 million, I will tell you the receipt you paid in the bank has 2 million. No kubenduru omusajja yanzibye. So we need to work together. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Haji. In terms of concluding this forum, I want to really take this opportunity to thank you all for turning up. From the Commissioner General and the remarks he made, clearly the tone at the top is that as senior management of Uganda Revenue Authority, we are in this and we are ready to walk the talk in the fight against corruption, and we'll continue to walk this talk. There are key insights that we have picked from the panelists. We don't need to only be combative, but we also need to work on the prevention part. We need strategies, and we realize from the panel of government, it takes two to tango. So we need to really to work together, the legal and civil society, the banks, the religious leaders here are confirmed, the faith that actually they are also corrupt. It was very clear from the panelists. So now you can see it is a whole web, an ecosystem where we need to work together as a team to fight corruption. and we create an ethical environment that is going to help us as a whole. So thank you, the panelists, for bringing this out very well. We want to get out of this area of saying in Uganda, if you want anything done, then you have to bribe someone. I think you raised it. Can we reach a level of saying, actually, when you bribe, you might rot in Ruzira. You might be in jail forever. But not to say to get things done, I have to bribe someone. And I think that's the journey URA is not going to do alone. It needs the whole environment of government. I want to really thank you that we have been able to speak out. We have spoken, we have listened, and we have taken note. I hope my team has captured most of the issues that have been raised. But also, I felt as you are speaking, we still need to do a lot of tax education. A lot of tax education, and I don't want to leave this to only Ebola. We have a whole commissioner in charge of Tax Academy. And he has been listening. He has kept quiet. Tinka, can you stand for recognition? He's a whole commissioner, Tax Academy. You can see some areas where we need to factor into our education program so that the public, we put them in sectors. We don't leave this fight only to James Abola alone. We may not get it right. I don't know after here what area is going to audit. Maybe you have so many scheduled audits for customs. Mr. Rusoke, you can stand for recognition. But at least he has picked so many. And thank you for being patient with us and for being around. So you have spoken, we have taken note, and this feedback, I can assure you what we picked from all the regions and what has come from Central Uganda has been documented, and it will reform our strategies for the next season that we are going into. So I want to thank you so much for giving us this input. Specifically, the panelists coming from different spheres have been able to dissect and bring out the responses that many have been intriguing us. We might look at fighting corruption as a concern for URA because we are doing revenue collection. But we have realized that it is the whole of Uganda that we have to put synergies together to fight corruption. Thank you so much for your time. Pertinent issues raised. Some need feedback, which we are taking back, and we will make sure we action on it. And I want to thank the organizers for putting this together. And I hope it has been enriching. And thank you for your valuable contribution. And may God... So before I close, we wanted to recognize our panelists. They have done a good job, not so? Yes, we have some small token of appreciation. Don't worry, it is not more than 100,000. You know IGG will not disturb you. And we want to hand it over. And I want to ask my senior colleagues to join me as we hand over this. You can come. And we appreciate our panelists. Thank you so much. Gloria, you can take us through.
Thank you so much once again, and thank you so much, our Commissioner, Abel. We would also like to appreciate the sign language expert. She has been here, but maybe most of you didn't recognize her, Miss Olivia Blega. Please wave to the people, and thank you very much. Okay, so let's have Reverend Dr. Jasper, please come over for recognition. There. So, Grace, come on. No, okay. Miss Barbara Decoria. Please, can we appreciate our panelists as they receive their gifts, please? Yes, Mr. Gervas Ndianabo, please come for your gift. We really appreciate you so much for the inputs. Thank you so much. Yeah, Miss Barbara Natamba. Natamba, yes. Thank you so much. And Mr. Xavier Ejoy, next. Thank you. And lastly, Miss Olivia Blega. Mr. Abola, thank you so much as well. Your gift will be in office. Thank you so much, Mr. Yeah. These are the unsung heroes at the back. Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay, lunch is ready. It's going to be served in the dining, and I hope that everyone has got a coupon. Do you have anyone without a coupon? Okay, so I would like to ask, first of all, appreciate the pastor who prayed for us at the beginning, Pastor Were, and I would like him to give us a closing prayer and pray for food as well so that we can be blessed. Thank you. And thank you for keeping around.
Well, let's thank God for today. Thank you, Jesus, for amazing discussions that we've had today. And Lord, will you implant these things on our hearts? Our faith without action is dead. We want to have faith and action as well. And Lord, even as we go for lunch, will you bless it to our bodies? In Jesus' name, amen.
Madam, okubide nongamba nti bakusabye omusulo mungi okusinza kusere zoyina. Ogongo kwatangamu.
Layira.
Kiwedde.
Enango okikakasa.
Sasula busasuzi kange kitwakiriziganyisa.
Ngane yanziva.
Ebale.
Sebo, lwaki omukyalo omubuzaabuza?
Ate ntya?
Kikyamu nnyo omusuubuzi okulowooza nti osobola okusasula omusolo omutono okuva ku ogwo ogwaggerekebwa. Eyo banguzi. Ate omaliza osasudde engaso olw'obutaba mwerufu. URA erina enteekateeka eyamba omusuubuzi akaluubiziddwa okusasula omusolo omugerekeddwa mu bujjuvu ng'osobola ogusasula mu bitundutundu okutuusa lw'ogumalayo.
Ekyo nga kirungi. Naye kati laba omusajja abbye ssente zange.
Lompa enguzi mu URA ng'okozesa ennamba z'essimu ezitali za kusasulira. Uganda Revenue Authority. Tukulaakulanyize wamu Uganda.
Nyabo. Wanga bigatali bizinesi. Nyiri omusolo bikubuzaabuza.
Ekikulu n'abalimba bangi nnyo mu nsonga zino ez'emisolo kwegamba n'oba nga tomanyi kituufu kye kiruwa.
Nyabo, ofunye omuntu omutuufu.
Okikakasa.
Naye tugatereka nti ennamba. Nakufunye emitwalo 3, abalano bonzi bafunye ku 8, 7. Ne gwe empaye emitwalo 3 gokka tandikirawo.
Neesiimye.
Musajja wati, lwaki omukyalo omubuzaabuza? Abawi b'omusolo balina okumanya nti olina kusasula ssente okuwa ttiini.
Ate ng'ako mbadde sikamanyi.
Ekyo kyabwereere. Osobola n'okwapulayinga n'ofuna kye tuyita instant team. Lompa enguzi mu URA ng'okozesa ennamba z'essimu ezitali za kusasulira.